Greetings and salutations, friends, and welcome back to the Stamford Bridge podcast. Once more.
How's it going, guys?
We've got some good videos for everybody today. Some of the videos that you guys have been suggesting as well. Some particularly brain-damaged ones, if I gotta be honest. Almost a little bit too much to handle. But a lot of this is going to revolve around the waves of straight-up domestic terrorism that has been rocking the US over the last few weeks.
Yeah, and there's really no other way to characterize it, frankly. But I don't know what they think they would characterize it as if, Kamala had won and the right started blowing up property because of someone who supported Kamala Harris. I don't know what they think they would characterize that as, but it would be fairly characterized as terrorism.
Oh yeah, no, unquestionably. But it's also... It's... I don't know. There's this clip here from The Daily Show, which kind of illuminates some of this. Because The Daily Show, of course, very left-wing, making fun of news, etc. Fallen off drastically after their one talented person left them.
I didn't realize it was still going, to be honest.
Oh, it is. Barely. Let's see.
Jim, they're taking to the streets or the parking lots.
Tonight, the FBI and ATF now investigating multiple cases of possible arson targeting Teslas and...
Come on, SEALs. Clap for the decline of your republic. You fucking stupid.
Yeah, they're clapping and cheering.
Trucks.
This dramatic video shows multiple cars in flames. Police say the attacker used Molotov cocktails. It's the latest in more than a dozen instances of arson and vandalism targeting Tesla.
The same suspect shot more Teslas with a gun. Tesla Cybertrucks were set on fire in Kansas City, and earlier this month, shots...
Radicalized terrorists.
Fire is the answer.
Radicalized by things like The Daily Show, The New York Times, blah, 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 blah. These are terrorists.
Yes, destroying property, setting cars on fire, firing weapons at cars. Remember when the left was against guns, Sargon?
Yeah, no, this is just straight up domestic terrorism. And these people are applauding it.
It's fired at a Tesla dealership in Oregon. Cybertrucks on fire in Seattle.
Wow, you guys like petty acts of domestic terrorism, huh?
Just, Jesus Christ. All right, yeah, fair enough. Just make a note, folks. Make a note.
Yep.
This is genuinely how they feel.
This is the Daily Show, just going like, oh, hey, our audience is all for domestic terrorism, smug smile face. Like, you...
Oh, that is the smuggest fucking face as well.
These are the same people, by the way, who spent the last 4 years going like January 6th was the worst thing to have ever happened in the history of humanity.
Yeah, no, that's completely true. But the thing is, the difference is it's something they control versus something they don't control.
Yeah, literally, that is the difference. Oh, and the fact that January 6th damaged significantly less property, I guess.
Yeah.
But at least these... And again, it's the left is the ones who started this entire trend. We do it, it's good. Everybody else do even a tenth of what we do, it is the worst thing ever.
Yeah. Yeah.
But I wanted to lead with this, because this isn't some little YouTuber, some rando on the internet. This is The Daily Show. It is the Vatican City of leftism in America.
Yeah, that's fair.
And they're entirely on board. They're entirely 100% on board with this. And, of course, Elon himself has... Elon himself is now kind of sitting there like, holy shit, what's going on? Is
Remember
this
when
a
you
thing?
used to support the Democrats, Elon? This is what they were like.
Yeah, have you ever seen this level of coordinated violence against a peaceful company? Against a company full stop, I think.
Against anyone. Like, this is... go back 20 years and this was just unthinkable. Right, this open promotion of partisan terrorism.
I mean, where was the... where was the outrage against Pfizer during all of that nonsense? I forget the name of the company that made the medicine that actually caused heart attack, which Norway discovered. Where was the outrage against that? Where was the outrage against BNP for poisoning half of the American Gulf now with oil?
Oh, BP.
BP, there you go, yeah.
Yeah, well, they are outraged, but not sufficiently outraged because these companies will genuflect towards them and say, no, leftist ideology is supreme. We just make our money like evil capitalists. But we'll essentially pay the jizya, and we will, put up our Black Lives Matter posters, put up our rainbow flags, and they'll leave us alone because we paid the tithe, right? That's basically what it is, an ideological racket. And the difference is that Elon's like, no, I don't want to pay your jizya to leftism. I think that you're evil, actually, and I'm going to make sure that all of the things you like get defunded. And so they're like, right, well, it's terrorism then, isn't it? Not paying the jizya is terrorism, as far as they're concerned. It's like, okay, there we go.
Can I sell your feet?
Yeah, and again, like, the level of violence against this is, I genuinely cannot think of an equivalent example that wasn't like a literal riot.
I mean, maybe like the Unabomber or something?
Maybe.
Like that seems to be sort of on par.
Like Ted Kaczynski.
Yeah. I mean, it's only a matter of time until someone gets killed doing all this, right?
And again, too, like, I want to point out, so the Tesla's lithium batteries, I'm presuming, because electric cars, right? Lithium batteries don't burn like normal stuff. It's an order of magnitude greater. The fact that nobody's actually gotten hurt during this, like literally gunfire at Tesla stores, is a bit of a miracle.
Yeah, it's only a matter of time until someone dies from all this.
Fucking look, they spray paint resist on the side of a Tesla building. Like, what the fuck? What are you resisting?
Resist saving the planet. See, this is what I love, though. I really, really like this because it just goes to show, we're not that interested in saving the planet.
Oh, yeah, no, of
Carbon
course.
emissions, as long as it's done with a BLM sticker. No, you should have been like, oh, no, we're all going to... you were like, we're all going to die. And so it's like, right, so you don't care about that much now. That's interesting.
Yeah, no, loads of people have already pointed this out. Buy Tesla, save the planet, you fascists. Sell Tesla and save democracy.
Yeah. Even though, of course, Elon and Trump are actually not going to overthrow democracy.
But again, like, the beauty of this is also the cope and seethe surrounding it. So I found this tweet, Brooklyn Dad Defiant, a famous little fellow at this point.
Yeah, well, this guy is a paid Democrat shill.
Yeah,
he was making like $80K a year just tweeting from the DNC. Or Act Blue, sorry it is.
There you go.
Yeah, a literal paid Democrat show.
And I love this tweet because it actually does beautifully illustrate the difference between the left and the right now. So the right has, quote unquote, boycotted Bud Light, Target, NFL, etc.
Yeah, which is fine. You can boycott anything you like,
Yeah. And so I boycott Tesla, and the MAGAs are freaking out. You're not... This is not a boycott.
Boycott? Boycott? That sounds like a great idea. Why don't you try it?
Yeah, why don't you try boycotting Tesla? Oh, that's right. You don't have any money. You haven't been able to make anything you like a financial success. You haven't been able to do it in gaming. You haven't been able to do it in movies. You haven't been able to do it with things that cost $60.
And also, you just got defunded from USAID, so you can't even get that government welfare.
Yeah. You're not going to be buying a Tesla anytime soon. And so, of course, it's violence instead. And that's how they viewed this as somehow equivalent. It's like, oh yeah, no, we're going to use cultural means to defund something we don't like. I am going to make the argument saying, I don't know, Disney is gay race communism now.
Yeah.
And the left equivalent of that is like, okay, well, we're just going to start burning cars, buildings, houses. Like, fuck it.
Yeah, that's exactly what they think.
I do like how the Cybertruck just has a little dent in it there. It's mostly
still
fine.
Cybertrucks are surprisingly tough, actually, aren't they? I guess Elon sort of saw this coming. So, it is possible that a bunch of leftist lunatics are going to start attacking my cars. I'd like the cars to do okay out of it. And what's interesting as well, I didn't realize this, but Teslas record 360 degrees around them. So if someone attacks one, the Tesla's recording it. And
Yep.
you can just get the video of it. And there we go. Here you go, police. This is the person who attacked my car. So, like, you
Ignorant
fucking
slut.
idiots.
Yep. But yeah, that is the state of the left right now, and it is complete. And stuff like this too. God,
Oh, yeah. Carl Kalinski's just lost his fucking marbles.
fucking hell.
He's gone. He's totally gone, man.
And
He's off the reservation.
why is this happening? It's over stuff like Doge. Okay, what has Doge been doing? Well, they found a governmental agency that owned a 9-story tower for 60 employees. Its halls were lined with oil paintings of the employees and other art purchased from the
Jesus.
boss's wife.
I didn't even hear about this.
Yeah.
You're serious?
Yes. Yes, I
Oil
am.
paintings of the employees.
Yep. Made
That's
by the
mental.
boss's wife.
That's just insane.
It used its office tower as a luxury lounge for employees, with in-house gym, smoking lounge, and in-office shower. It listed its top employees as being on a 6-year-long business trip to DC, so he'd have his rent and all meals paid for, just for showing up to work. It steered $1,500 a day, $1,500 a day contracts to friends and jobs to relatives. Its employees unblocked abuse protection on their purchase card and used them to spend $18,000 at a jewelry store, their wife's cell phone, and cable at their vacation home.
I mean, these people need to be going to jail for this, right?
It just
They need to be prosecuted for this.
It goes on. Like, this was an agency of 60 people that basically built their own fucking fortress kingdom tower, like, where they just lived surrounded by oil paintings of themselves.
That is insane.
Literally.
I didn't even hear about this. This is wild.
Oh yeah, no, it's madness. Because first of all, like, the contract to friends and family, $1,500 a day. So like $45,000 a month. And their cards had, like, their company cards, their official government cards, had all of the limitations on them removed. So you can't make purchases over so-and-so much of so-and-such period, or single purchases worth more than so-and-so. And so they were just literally living off the government's dime, like fucking kings.
Well, if you're getting 40 grand a month, why wouldn't you? That's just insane.
Fire is the answer.
And this, then, is what the left is so upset about.
Also, just to think, this is the sort of corruption you'd expect in African kingdoms, right? Or African republics.
I mean, fuck. I
Or
think
South American banana republics, you know? This is the level of corruption we're talking about here.
I genuinely think that the government officials of Somalia would consider this to be a little bit too obvious.
Yeah. Yeah, aren't they going to notice and lynch us?
Yes.
Like, fuck me, man.
Like, I'm not going to steal $45,000 a month. Somebody will notice.
Yeah, this is Central African Republic levels of fucking corruption.
And again, like, this is what Doge is like. Obviously, you know, this is an extreme case scenario, but this is real. Like, and the worst part is you can't even really argue the extreme case scenario anymore. Like, what do we got? Okay, the Tower of Wealth or the limestone mines of bureaucracy. We are past absurdity.
Oh, yeah, 100%. 100%.
Like,
You know,
ridiculous spending was way back there.
But you know what, right? Like, at any point, an American journalist could have done some investigation into all of this.
Mm-hmm.
But this is the sort of thing that should have been uncovered by the media.
Yeah. And again, when it was uncovered, it should have been outraged. You want to see something that deserves getting burnt? Oh, I don't know. Maybe the Gilded Tower of Bureaucracy.
Just that fucking oil painting. I can't get over the fucking hubris. Can you even imagine? It's like, look, we've got just access to infinite government money.
Yeah.
Well, why don't we just get oil paintings of ourselves? That'd be fun.
And why don't we get the boss's wife to paint them just to hammer the fucking point home?
Yeah, we can spend money on literally fucking anything. It's like,
I guarantee you, there's people out there in government jobs right now cursing themselves for not having thought of this first. Like, what? Hold on. Is there literally no limits, no control whatsoever on my spending?
There is literally no oversight. Like, I mean, like, oh, geez, like, this is so mad. So, like, how long has this been going on for? Do we know?
Let's see. So, the FMCS. So this was before the pandemic too. So they've been existing for quite some time.
So it's at least 5 years.
Oh my. Okay, here. Federal Mediation and Conciliation Services, formed in 1947.
Right. Okay, but the oil painting thing probably hasn't been going on that long.
I hope so. But yeah, this could have gone on for decades.
That is mad. That's absolutely mad.
Yeah, you cannot argue for even a second that Doge isn't doing the right thing when it finds shit like this.
Fire is the
And
answer.
wasn't totally necessary. as well.
Yes.
Like, God, how necessary was this if this is the kind of shit you're fucking turning up? It's unbelievable. It's genuine. If you made it up, people would call it ridiculous.
Yes. Like,
You know, like if you wrote it in a fiction, people are like, what? They're going to have oil paintings of themselves for years and years and years, and no one's going to check. Someone would check. It's like, would they? Would they really?
you know, unironically, if you made like a government spy ops film and you revealed a 9-story tower with employees are immortalized in oil paintings, you would call it absurd.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah, it'd be just comical, genuinely comical.
this is umbrella level fucking insanity.
Yeah. No, that's exactly the right way to frame it. This is the sort of thing the Umbrella Corporation would do. And everyone who goes, oh, that's stupid. Why would a corporation be so evil? So, yeah, good question. Good question. Why would they get oil paintings of themselves?
There's no way something like this would happen.
Trick or treat.
Yeah.
Can I
Because they got money to burn, bro.
It is absurd. And this is the primary reason why people... I would have pointed to... Like, the people who are attacking these shops... They aren't the people who benefit. These are literally the useful idiots of leftism. Like, do you think the guy who threw a Molotov cocktail at the Tesla was like, oh, I'm going to do this for the people living in the actual ivory tower?
You know, like, I actually think we shouldn't rule out the fact that they are the people in the ivory tower doing this.
Or at the very least, paying for it to be done.
Yeah, but no, I think it's entirely likely that when these people get rumbled, you'll find that they are low-level government employees, or in some way, you know, some agency that's funded by the state or something. Like, I do not rule that out at all, because I think it's incredibly likely. Because I mean, like, you know, Elon's literally taking their livelihoods away. They're gonna rightly, understandably, at least not rightly, freak out about it. And well, I think this is what we're going to be seeing.
Yeah, no, and we've seen also as well the posters getting put up all over the place as well.
Yeah,
who's paying for all of this?
Well, that's a great question. It's not US aid anymore, is it? So,
here's one. This appears on the London Underground.
Yeah, honestly, it's probably the British government. Indirectly funding like Hope Not Hate or something, and Hope Not Hate using that money to put this up.
Yeah, because this is this is happening all over the place. There's a lot of money being spent on this.
I really do wish Elon wouldn't have been such a spurg, though. Like, giving them that photo was a silly thing to do.
It is, because here's the thing, again. We are arguing over the attention of the normies. That's what we're doing. And you can explain the context of this image. The normies aren't going to care. They don't give a shit. This happened weeks ago. That is far beyond their span of attention.
Yeah.
All they see now is Elon Musk doing a Hitler salute.
Yeah. Really, really stupid. I mean, Elon is obviously not a Nazi, blah, blah, blah. He shouldn't have allowed them to have this image.
Yes, it was foolish.
Tactical mistake.
Trick or treat.
And part of it, I think that he himself must be a little bit shell-shocked of just the sheer level of, I don't even know what to call it, just terrorism, I guess, straight up.
Yeah. It's just terrorism. I don't think he expected them to go like full Ted Kaczynski.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, to be honest, I didn't think they were going to get that bad, but I mean, look at the Luigi Mangione thing as well. Like, they just openly cheer when someone murders a health CEO. It's like, okay, well, look, if you guys are literally like that, I said to Tim Pool when I last on the show, look, I think your republic is over, and I think that now the factions of civil war are actually just lining up and sort of declaring themselves. And I feel vindicated in that, because the left seem to genuinely want the Republicans dead.
Yeah. And I mean, this has kind of also been just this constant series of escalation, primarily prodded on by the left, where the right will then move on up and go like, okay, we're canceling individuals now. All right, I don't like it, but we'll do that. Okay, we're canceling companies. Like, okay, fine, we'll do that. The right is always moving after the left. And now we have gone from good old-fashioned staccato terrorism to just actual terrorism.
Stochastic terrorism. But no, you're absolutely right. This is this is also stochastic terrorism. Like, when they're cheering for the terrorists, what they're doing is trying to encourage other lone wolves to just take it upon themselves, just go mental and kill someone. That's what they're asking for when they do that.
And they know there's no consequences for it. Like, just literally last week, Hassan Piker was like, hey, kill this member of Congress. And Twitch was like, 24-hour suspension.
Yeah. Literally, Hassan Piker called for someone to be murdered, and he got a day.
And, again, I also want to point out, I was sent this... Oh, there it is. This beautiful little thing. So, Hassan Piker, a week ago, called for the death of a U.S. senator, or congressman, I think. 7 days later, Ubisoft sponsors him to play their game.
Yeah. I mean, it's just mad. It's just absolutely mad. But this is where we are, right? So, our political opponents can call for our deaths, and random lone wolves can murder people, and we're still in trouble if we misgender someone on YouTube, for example.
Ubisoft not only approves, but actually actively financially endorses the calls for the death of American officials.
No, Ubisoft is financially supporting stochastic terrorism. This is a demonstrable fact.
And to further demonstrate the escalation as well, there's been a lot of videos like this one, which title is The Real Reason Conservatives Hate Empathy.
Oh, yeah.
As the left is kind of working itself into a frenzy right now. Like, the escalation is... we have not seen the peak by any stretch of the imagination.
No. They're genuinely working themselves up to acts of mass terrorism.
Yes.
They want to be able to justify it.
And again, for the moment, none of this is being suppressed by any stretch of the imagination. In fact, it seems to be actively encouraged.
I mean, it will be completely justified by Trump in the interests of preventing loss of life when he finally cracks down on this, right? And it will be completely necessary, it will be completely justified, and there's no other way to think the American Republic can carry on without it happening.
Like, again... the Coach Red Pill thing. We talked about so many times. Like, okay, maybe you shouldn't be actively hostile to the Ukrainian regime in a war with Russia, living in Ukraine. Yeah. That's kind of the point we need to reach in America at some point, too.
Well, you just can't allow terrorists to do this. You can't allow this. Because if you're light on this, they'll do it more. And how many people have to die? How much property has to be destroyed before you say, like, hey, you know what, I'm not for more terrorism? Like, how much? Like, one Tesla should have been too many, frankly.
Can I sit on your feet?
But before we get into this, let me catch up on a couple of super chats before it goes out of my grasp again. Blaze Stone, governments are corrupt. There's no if at this point. Only degrees, scales, and quantities. Dev will double think and agree while still being institutionally should be trusted. Not entirely his fault, just a Canadian thing. Curry fund.
I would love to hear Dev's point on, like, the oil paintings. Like, come on, Dev. Come on.
Yeah, no, again, like, there is simply no way to argue that Doge was not 100% necessary.
And good.
Yeah, again, like the limestone mines of bureaucracy is enough, but now we have the ivory tower with fucking oil paintings.
Oh, it's genuinely insane, isn't it?
Again, we have long since abandoned the realms of mere parody. Trevor Noah, Sargon, I saw you play Bellwright. Thoughts?
I'm really enjoying it.
Good.
I'm playing it with my mum and my son, and we're all enjoying it.
I might have to check it out too then.
No, it's actually really good. It's one of those sort of like quiet sleeper games where, like, no one, I didn't see an advertisement for it. There's been no social media thing, but like it was someone who messaged on the last one or whatever saying, "Hey, check out Bellwright," and so I did. I was like, "Oh, okay." And it's pretty good. And so, like, I had a friend who saw me playing it on Steam, and he messaged me, going, "Is this good?" And I'm like, "Yeah, no, it is actually really decent." And he's like, "Oh, great, I'll get it." And so me and my friends can play it. 'Cause it's a 4-player co-op, but it's not local, but you host it yourself. It's not an online one. But it's really decent. And it's like, oh, right, okay, that's good. It's a kind of old-fashioned style game in that way, where it's just like, just play the game how you like. And you build your own little town, you recruit men. I've got a little army of 4 men, no, 6 men now. Clear out bandit camps, resist attacks on your base, attack castles and stuff like that. It's really good.
Mate Zvezek, hello art. Goddamn YouTube. I can't wait till they fix that fucking memory leak issue.
I don't even. Yeah, everyone I know who uses YouTube has it.
Mate Zvezek, hello art. Will you ever play Supreme Commander, Forge Lines on stream? Maybe teach Lum how to. I'm looking forward to today's streams. Thank you and Sargon for all the hard work to bring political news to us. Praise be the bridge god.
Ah, thank you.
I mean, I'm not averse to playing Supreme Commander at some point. Teaching Lum how to play it would be challenging, but maybe. Hexy, Black Samurai and mine currently peak at 41k on Steam. Flop. Yeah, Assassin's Creed Shadows is not looking good right now.
Considering the scale of the Assassin's Creed franchise, that's not good.
Yep. That's not great.
And no, if I were Assassin's Creed Ubisoft, I'd be like, yeah, shit. But also, I'm genuinely shocked at the how to put it, the lack of sensitivity regarding what they're making a black character do in Japan.
Oh yeah, they have him banging the Empress as well of Japan.
Oh yeah. No, oh yeah. But like, what's he do? Well, he murders just loads of Japanese people.
And the way, like, okay, I played a bit of it yesterday on stream, and Yasuke is like twice the size of the Japanese people he's killing. It looks like a fully grown adult is just brutalizing little Japanese kids.
Yeah. The optics on it are really bad, and it's like, sorry, do you think this is good for representation for the black community? Like, a black guy goes to Japan and just starts brutally murdering Japanese people. I don't think that's good optics.
And yeah, the way they presented him, there's a scene. So he's along with Oda Nobunaga, the famous warlord, right?
Oh, yeah.
And
You ignorant
Yasuke has better armor than Oda Nobunaga does.
Why?
I'm not sure. Like, his horse has better armor. His horse has fucking plate mail.
Okay, but I mean, is that guy like some sort of samurai lord? Yeah.
Oda Nobunaga was the guy who unified Japan. Like, he's one of their biggest like cultural
Right,
touchstones. He's like a Joan of Arc in Europe, like Richard Lionheart, you know?
Right. Yeah, I got it. I'm not a Japanese history guy.
You ignorant slut.
He's a big deal. But Yasuke's
yeah.
got better stuff than he does.
I mean, the thing is, right? Okay, so I've heard a lot of people talking about this, and I've seen the clips going around and stuff like that. And it looks abominable. It genuinely, it looks like it's a way of humiliating the Japanese.
No.
Like, it looks like a deliberate attack on Japanese culture, on the Japanese people themselves, and it looks like essentially they're trying to cuckold Japanese society before this African guy, right?
Very much so. Like, Yasuke is just presented as a goddamn god to them.
Yeah, and the thing is, why are they doing? Why is Ubisoft so hateful towards the Japanese?
I think I think it's a progressive stack. Because Yasuke is always presented very well. Like, he, even as a slave, he's dressed in fine embroidered silks. His armor is better than Oda Nobunaga's. And despite having slaughtered his way through a dozen little peasants, he still gets to go up alongside Oda and go like, you know, it's terrible how you people kill each other so much.
Mad. Absolutely mad. But so, you know, the question then, yeah, obviously, why does Ubisoft hate the Japanese? And the thing is, I think actually there is something to it underneath, as in, I think they're well aware. Everyone's well aware that the Japanese are quite parochial with their culture, right? They don't care about Western standards. They're not progressives in that way, and so, like, I wonder if it's that.
Possibly, yeah. Like, they viewed them as part of the in-group too, and therefore, obviously, they must be humbled before the mighty black man.
Yeah, that's literally Ubisoft's position, I think.
He also speaks perfect, flawless Japanese.
Ah, right. Well, yeah, of course he does.
Of course he does.
Doesn't speak flawless, perfect English, but
But he does also speak perfect Portuguese.
oh well, yeah. There we go. That's normal.
Brandon, fiery but peaceful protests. Obviously, I remember this script. Yep.
But the thing is, the Trump administration actually has the power to make sure they can't get away with it this time.
Yeah, like
Trump has to come down hard on these people. No terrorism. It's just you've just got to suck it up, or else, basically, is what Trump has to do.
Yeah, it has to be cracked down on, and the people who are actually vocally cheering on the terrorism must be confronted.
I think what you should be doing is sanctioning companies that don't take action against people, like in the same way that they did for you being racist or transphobic or whatever it is. You should be like, no, any company that doesn't take down pro-terroristic content gets fines, right? That means Daily Show. That means all of no cheering for terrorism. Fine. Fine. Fined into the fucking ground. You do not promote terrorism. That's really not a high standard. That's really not, is it? I mean, come on. Twitch, Hassan Piker, what's he still doing on there? Fine. Daily fine. 20 grand a day. Now what?
Every time Hassan streams, fine.
No, just for every day that he has a Twitch account after he called for the death of someone. No, you don't. You don't call for the death of senators. You don't do that. It's not very difficult. I don't call for the death of leftists. If we called for the death of anyone, Jesus fucking Christ, I'd be physically in jail, Like, no. Trump needs to start sanctioning.
I entirely agree. King Spectre for $20. Thank you very much, sir. Please have Carl read this. Okay. I saw this.
Get up on the screen. I'll read it.
I saw this. I sent it to you. I saw some random person accusing you of what, shilling for Raid Shadow Legends?
Yeah. I'm not reading that though. Sorry. Yeah, no, I Unity News Network. I've heard of them, but I don't know anything about them. As I understand it, it's just some guy in his basement. But for some reason, I guess AI had told him that I had promoted Raid Shadow Legends. But the thing is, I've never promoted Raid Shadow Legends. And I was like, well, I haven't done that, so you're going to retract. He's like, no. I was like, oh, okay. He's like, are you worried about some critique? It's like, well, it's not a critique, is it? You can't critique something I didn't do.
Yeah, and then he goes like, we will not apologize, we will not retract, sue us. I'm like, my God, dude.
Yeah,
Calm.
I mean, you're not interesting enough to sue, frankly. Like, I've got more important things to do. You're a spurg on Twitter.
Weird fucking word.
It's very bizarre, but like I said, I'm not that interested in getting caught in the weeds with him. Yeah.
Zeroxon Doppelganger. So it is now okay to vandalize left-wing cars.
Well, no, that's the thing. It's not okay, right? That's the point. I think the right has to be very firm-handed here and say, no, we are not in favor of vandalizing your property, and you must not vandalize ours. And if you do, full force of the law, because there are laws about this, right? This is exactly don't let them drag us down this fucking route. No, law. You know, for my friends, everything, for my enemies, the law. We have laws. It's on our side. We have, you know, in America, we're the guys with the fucking political capital at the moment. We, the right. Use it. Use it. Absolutely use it. Sanction them. Fucking fine them. Start fining these fucking companies that host this content. Don't let them get away with this.
And again, there is no higher horse than simply looking down upon them and going, no, the terrorism will end.
Yes. That's exactly right. There is no higher horse. That's so good. I like that framing a lot. Yeah, that's exactly right. We will not permit communist terrorism from the Democrats. That should literally Trump should come out and just say that.
Ignorance
You know,
a lot.
we will fine every company that hosts any kind of pro-terrorism content because it's anti-American. We will not permit it.
And if those laws will not be enforced, well, time for wider purges from Doge.
Yeah. Oh, you know, anyone who fails to prevent terroristic content, and again, it wasn't controversial when it was ISIS, right? Was not in any way controversial when it was ISIS. I mean, like literally in Britain, it is illegal to promote terrorism, to applaud it, to show succor for it. It is illegal to support terrorism. And actually, I do agree with that, believe it or not. This is a good thing.
All right. Let's have a look at what this gentleman has to say then. Again, I've warned everyone, this is going to be one of the dumber videos you've watched in your time.
Empathy is bad. Hell, it might even be a sin. At least according to Elon Musk, who in a recent interview with muscular intellectual Joseph Rogan said that we are experiencing civilizational suicidal empathy.
And you know what? There's a point to that.
Yeah, he's not wrong.
Yeah, no. The Western world is actually experiencing bouts of suicidal empathy, where we place the out-group so far above our own that no crime committed on behalf of the out-group is inexcusable.
Well, let me give you a good example from this week in Britain, where we discovered that there are 1.2 million foreigners claiming benefits in Britain to the tune of something like 7.5 billion a year, right? So, like, these people born overseas, move to Britain, move to England it is, and we just give them a house, we give them money, and they just live at our expense in England for some reason.
Yeah. Sounds normal, frankly, unfortunately.
It's mental. It's absolutely mental. And that is what suicidal empathy looks like.
There you go. So this came from yesterday. Yeah, UK spends 3.5 billion on public services for migrants on benefits.
No, but that's just the public services for them. Right?
I like this too.
But that's not the
Anti-migrant
housing
think
stuff.
tank uses Office of Budget Responsibility figures to attack calamitous policy. It
Base.
is a
Good.
calamitous policy.
Yeah, so they're doing the right thing. Good to know. Thank you, Times.
And then research suggests foreign nationals received more than 7.5 billion in universal credit in 2023. Yeah, no, that is a calamitous, but 7.5 billion pounds.
It is insane, isn't it? Like, this is the level of absolute... just it's mind-bending. It's genuinely mind-bending how insane these things are.
Let's see, just for shits and giggles. What's the budget of the United Kingdom Army?
Good question. No.
Okay, so let's see. The budget of the Army of the United Kingdom is 51 million pounds. So
51 million?
Yeah, 51 million.
Not 51 billion.
Billion. Yeah, billion, excuse me.
I was going to say, Jesus Christ, I know things are bad, but come on,
Not that bad, yeah.
Yeah.
So 51 billion pounds. So you are spending nearly, like, what, 2/10 of that on immigration support.
No, that's not immigration support. It's way more than that. It's way more than that. That's just one aspect of it. So remember, like, this is just like, what was it? Public services for migrants, right?
Yeah.
So we're not talking about the housing. We're not talking. I mean, I don't even know if that counts the healthcare. You know, I don't like it. It is so much more than any one figure will tell you. Like, for example, in in 2023, under Rishi Sunak, the Institute for Fiscal Studies released a report saying, look, we're going to have to raise taxes by 100 billion in the next decade to pay for the migrants we're having coming in. And it's like, right, well, there we go. That's how much it's costing us.
Yep.
And on top of whatever else we're going to pay for. But, like, mad. It's just mad. And now, and Farage won't be like, yeah, we're going to deport the illegals. What? Mental.
I can't even find, like, anything, like a comprehensive number at all. But again, like, that's just public services for migrants on benefits. That's not even the benefits. That's just the public services part of it.
Yeah, it is. It is literally tens of billions of dollars every year we piss away. It's just such an unbelievable amount of money.
And again, like, this is like toxic empathy. This is there was this thing that came out.
Suicidal empathy.
Yeah, suicidal empathy. So this is from Fort Myers City Council in the U.S., where council members are crying because they have to authorize ICE to operate within their jurisdiction.
Cry harder. Fucking harder.
The argument, and I know there's no malintent to it, it is a tumultuous day and age, and this is a day I hate sitting in the seat. But
how is this not suicidal empathy? Like, you are actually moving to block the operation of one of your own law enforcement agencies in the defense of illegal immigrants.
In the defense of MS-13.
Absurd. Utterly, utterly absurd. And again, like, the simple fact is, resources are not actually infinite. The Western world is actually the minority on the planet.
But think about what this presumes, right? What this presumes is there is only one place on Earth worth living, and it is the United States. And if a migrant is forced to live in their own home, where they grew up, became what they are today, and then decided, you know what, I can scam some money out of the Americans, that is a tantamount to torture, right? They think that, to them, that's tantamount to some sort of second Holocaust. You know, these people are mental. They literally don't believe foreign countries are livable.
Yeah. And if I get caught, well, a white woman will cry for me and protect me.
Yeah. Yet another day of me trying to persuade white women that immigrants are not lost puppies.
Yeah, because the entire point here is that from the leftist perspective, of course, empathy is the value that rules all other values. Everything is rendered insignificant before empathy, and like that's just not reality.
Heresy's the question.
Yeah, but also we know that you're just doing this to hurt us. Like, you know, I don't think you really care that much about this, that, and the other. I think also you do this because you think of this as a way of weakening the West to make us on par with these foreign countries that you think are fucking unlivable. You know, you want us to be immiserated. That is the point of leftism, to bring about equality. And you can't bring them up, so you have to bring us down. And enrich yourselves at the same time.
And for Musk, this is largely because empathy at the individual level is costly to the collective, or put differently, empathy for people is costly for corporations.
No. Hang on. No. We're not seeing empathy at the individual level. We're seeing empathy at the collective level.
Mm-hmm.
He's got exactly backwards, right? It's immigrants need this. Immigrants need that. It's never Jose needs this. Jose needs that.
And furthermore, this isn't costly for the corporations. In fact, it is largely the corporations who often push for this because this is cheap labor.
Yeah. Yeah, the CEOs are making bank off of this. You fucking useful idiots. Useful idiots. God, these people, man.
There was the there we go, yeah. This was going on quite a bit a while ago, where massive numbers of illegal immigrants were scared of showing up to work. It's like, okay.
Based.
You're employing thousands of illegal workers. Yes. You've built the company off the back of people who earn pennies on the dollar.
And who have no legal protections either.
Yeah.
Right? If you're a workers' rights kind of leftist, so few are, but you'd be like, well, the illegals are being exploited by these capitalists, aren't they?
Surely. Like, again, because they can be used and abused in whatever ways the unfeeling corporation desires.
What are they going to do? Go to the authorities?
Yeah. What legal protections do they have?
Mental.
And again, like this is what lies behind the immigration is actually good for the economy. GDP go up. GDP go up because of literal slave labor. Did you catch that piece a while ago where a UN judge was caught for holding a slave girl in Britain?
Ignorant slut.
Yes, I did. She was from Ghana, I think.
Yes. There we go. Justice served. UN judged on slavery charges. Like, the left is not against slavery at this point.
No, they are completely mystified into believing that actually creating a caste of slaves is necessary. And they always say, well, who'll pick the food in the fields? It's like, oh, who picked the cotton? Yeah. Once again, if your slaves are freed, who's picking your cotton?
Yeah.
It's always the question.
It's absurd. Like, the corporations are not the ones anti-immigrant here.
They make loads of money out of it. It's so ridiculous.
An example that Elon Musk gives is California providing medical insurance to undocumented folks. I mean, listen to this shit. He says, the fundamental weakness of Western civilization is empathy. The empathy exploit. He goes on to say...
Yeah.
Obviously true.
Again, like, who's providing that healthcare? It doesn't appear. These are not things that exist naturally in nature. There aren't herds of doctors roaming the fucking plains of California.
No, they're currently stuck in Libya waiting to get to Italy.
All of this has to be paid for.
Unironically, what they want is the South Africanization of the countries, where, I mean, in South Africa, you've got something like 28 million benefits claimants and 7 million taxpayers. And so what is happening is the benefits claimants are just enslaving the taxpayers. You do labor, well, then you are their slave, and you will pay it because there's racial affirmative action, right? So it's genuinely reverse slavery going on in Africa, South Africa. And this is what they want for you in this country. And they will say, well, you're just unfeeling if you're not an actual slave to a bunch of foreigners who managed to break into your country. It's like, oh, well, then I'm unfeeling.
Yeah, exactly. And it makes you look like an idiot for working hard. You go to, California. California budgets the $12 million for reparations bill. And what happens then? Well, California raises taxes.
Yeah.
Wow. That's strange, isn't it?
Yeah. What other option do they have?
Of course, because they got to pay for it. And so the stupid idiots that choose to work for a living will be punished.
Yeah. I mean, in Britain, right, we're currently going through something called the Motability Scandal. Do you want to Google it? Because I've not actually looked into the detail of it. But basically, the government, if you claim disability in Britain, the government will give you like a 40 grand BMW. And it's just like, are you fucking mental? So obviously the incentive is to become disabled, and like it's obviously being taken advantage of by loads of foreign scammers and stuff like this. It's again comical. It's comical. Like if you'd made this up, if you break in, claim disability, the government will give you a 42 grand car. It's like 7 billion we're spending on cars for people who say, "Oh, I'm just disabled, so I can't get a job." It's like, why are we doing that?
Let's see. A system designed to help the most vulnerable use their government payments is now warped. 7 billion company supplying 1 in 5 new cars. 1 in 5 new cars in Britain. Because thousands claim to have issues such as anxiety have been allowed to sign up for luxury BMWs and Mercedes 4X4s.
Yeah. I mean, if I'd known this was going to, I would have signed up. I'd like, I'm pretty fucking anxious. Fucking damn anxious, you know what I mean? But, I would have got a fucking 42 grand BMW, thank you. Like, luxury cars, just, can you even imagine? But again, 7 billion, 7.5 billion, fuck you. Just fuck you. Honestly makes me so fucking angry.
When you win at tribunal for mobility under SMI for your autistic child, does autism necessitate a free car from the government?
But notice how, like, if you go down a sec. So no, back to that thing. So go up. Look, buy their old crappy car. So there's nothing wrong with that car. There's nothing wrong with that car. It's a normal car that you could technically afford, I suppose. The government's going to give you a luxury BMW.
Because you're autistic.
Because you claim.
And again, 1 in 5 new cars.
Yeah.
What the
Yeah, it's just...
Again, how can this not be suicidal empathy?
How can this not be seen as enslaving the people who pay taxes? Like, this is a form of slavery. I work, and then someone takes that money without my say-so to buy the ability to buy a luxury fucking car. I don't own a luxury fucking car.
Oh, because you were dumb enough to work for a living.
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly it. I was stupid enough to work for a fucking living. And so, like, I'll probably cover this on the podcast tomorrow because it's just insufferable. I hate it. But
that is literally what happens. You were dumb enough to work for a living and contribute to the collective, and so somebody decided, oh, that's a car for me. Why? Well, I'm depressed.
Heresy's the question.
And the thing is, there's just no reason, if you're not someone from this country who feels that you've got an investment in the future of it, there's no reason not to do this. There's just no, why wouldn't you?
Why wouldn't you?
What would stop you? But like, I don't care. If they're going to give me a car, I'm going to take the car. Like, there'd be no reason not to do it.
Well, this is the thing, right? Because a lot of these systems, no doubt, sound good in practice. Like, okay, so you've got somebody who's genuinely disabled, right? Yeah. And they need a motor vehicle to get to whatever thing they've been doing. Like, okay, I can understand the argument. And in a community where everybody is like, okay, well, I'm not going to take advantage of this, because what we used to have, in essence,
it's seen as humiliation.
Yeah, like, and we had communal shame. Like, my parents are like this too. Like their greatest fear when they were starting up the business and like taking risks on buying new gear was having to go get like government aid, because that was shameful. That means that you have fucked up, you have failed.
Yeah. My parents are exactly the same. Their biggest fear is having to rely on me and my sister. And it's like, and I'm there like, look, I can actually, I've done really well. I can pay off your mortgage. And they're like, no, we don't want you to do that. I would be happy to do that. I don't think there's anything wrong with that.
Yeah. But when you then bring in people who see no shame in that, in fact, they see shame in not taking advantage.
Yeah, you are a fucking loser. Why would you not do this?
Yeah, exactly. It's the thing we talked about like last week, how foreign gangs were looking at like, wait, you won't jail anyone under the age of 16 no matter what they do?
Yes, how old our fucking drug runners are now.
Yes, look at that.
That they're exploiting a bug in Western civilization, which is the empathy response. And
like, not even a bug, a feature that has then been abused into a bug.
Yeah, it's just a feature.
And it worked just fine when the West was primarily for Westerners.
When we were allowed to shame people in public.
Has been weaponized. And don't worry, because the right-wing evangelicals are talking about this one too. And there are some right-wing theologians who are legit arguing that empathy is actually tricking poor little Christians into like doing woke stuff. I don't know, this shit's crazy. I mean, seriously.
Yeah.
Into destroying themselves, yes?
Yeah, what's crazy about this? This is so obviously happening.
In fact, there was let's see. There it is. Yeah. So I took this from Twitter. I love this one. Logic and reason have no place in their lives. I'm a Christian. You can ridicule me. You can torture me. You can kill me, but you cannot change my mind because I'm insane. Like,
that's charitable.
Very. And this sounds to me like it's like, oh, well, I can't convince you. I guess I'll have to go to ridicule then. And I'm foreshadowing my next options. And again, it also comes back to the fact that Christianity is the one religion you are allowed to mock. You can't mock Islam. No, that's the
Christians
thing.
are the one type of people.
Yeah, and we don't care when they're getting genocide in other countries. We don't give a shit.
No,
we don't care when they're being mocked. We don't care when they're being attacked. None of this is relevant. It's all in group. Nobody cares.
Yep.
And that is exactly, okay, the sin of empathy is tricking Christians to damaging themselves. Yeah, unironically, when the Pope is like, no, all immigrants are legal. I will have as many Muslims as possible in the Vatican. Yeah, no, that is destroying yourself.
It's mental. Absolutely mental. And like me and Arch, you're an atheist, aren't you?
Yeah.
Yeah, me too, right? Christians, please stop doing this. Right? We say this as friends. We really want you to do well. Stop doing this. Your enemies don't have compassion for you, right? They don't look at you and go, you know what? Like in the Bible where a Christian martyr gets killed, these people don't feel compassion like that. They don't feel empathy like that.
Yeah, like this is the point we just covered. Turn the other cheek, we'll just get you slapped again.
Yeah.
There's no other outcome. You're just going to get slapped again. That's literally it.
Yeah.
Seriously, can you imagine being like, oh, it's unchristian to have empathy? That's what they're saying. They're saying that it's unchristian to have empathy, to be empathetic. They're saying
you're not a fucking Christian, you piece of shit. Shut the fuck up.
Wait,
I hate this guy.
It is the classic too, like, oh, I'm not a Christian, I'm an atheist, but look what your book says.
Yeah, exactly. No sympathy whatsoever. No empathy. Fuck, shut up. I hate this guy.
And again, having empathy, of course, yes, no. Like, Christianity is an empathetical religion. It is actually one of the least aggressive religions out there.
To a fault.
Yes, exactly. But there comes a point then where you are giving up everything you have to the person who is laughing at you.
Yeah, who's taking it away?
Be empathetic is unchristian. And there's another recent book written by another right-wing Christian that's called Toxic Empathy. It's written by a conservative podcaster, Allie Beth Stuckey. More like Allie B. Sucky. And
Very mature, yeah.
Good
You're
job,
40
sir.
years old, bro.
You have thoroughly debunked that woman's position by implying she sucks dick. Good job.
Very progressive.
it's another book about how leftists and progressives supposedly exploit Christian empathy.
Supposedly.
Supposedly. Only supposedly. No evidence of it yet, though.
Sir, are you not currently using the accusation of not being empathetic enough as a stick with which to beat your supposed opposition?
Kind of looks like it to me.
But no, you're not exploiting their empathy or anything. Like, again, if empathy had no value to the Christians, why the fuck should they listen to you then?
Yeah.
It argues cool things, like that empathy for migrants is actually un-Christian. And the reviews for
it is if they do nothing but build madrasas and mosques in your country.
This is the flaw of the Christians, right? You shouldn't be arguing it's un-Christian, right? Don't get into an ideological or doctrinal argument about it. Just say, this is damaging to our country.
Yeah. This is observably, demonstrably damaging to the very fabric of our society. Yeah. Stop.
Just ask them what obligation I have to these illegal immigrants. Reframe the argument.
I mean, where we go here? There we go. The argument is this. You have introduced child assassins into our country. Leave.
Yeah.
Literally leave. You are making children kill people because we can't punish them. Out.
Yeah. Yep.
For this one, well, I'm going to let some of these speak for themselves. One reviewer says, a hateful book that doesn't even attempt to disguise...
Christians. Let these speak for themselves. Shut up, twat.
It's hate for people different from the author. If Jesus was alive today, people like her would persecute him based on their twisted view of Christianity.
If Jesus was alive today, he'd call down a plague of locusts on certain communities.
Well, as if Jesus wouldn't, overturn the temples. The money changers stalls in the temples. Come on.
Yeah.
Come on, bro. We know your game. We know what you're doing. Everyone can see through it.
Says, as a Christian and someone with an IQ higher than I can count on my fingers, this book is objectively horrible. And this one from Jude Yeager says, a pathetic attempt to claim progressives use empathy to bully them while using the modern, hateful nature of Christianity to bully trans women, women who get abortion, and the gay community. I mean, I'm sure they meant abortions, but they're just kind of angry. So I want to try to quickly talk about why people like this are attacking empathy and how we can use the philosophy of someone like Aristotle to talk about why empathy is actually super useful and even politically important.
Aristotle would definitely argue that you should give all of your stuff to foreigners. Okay.
To put this really simply, the logic of contemporary American capitalism prioritizes individualism and notions of individual freedom and liberty at all costs.
I mean, I wish that was true, but okay.
Yeah.
Of course, this type of individual is antithetical to the practice of empathy.
What are you talking about? Why would it have anything to do with the practice of empathy?
Surely if you have absolute individualism, it is up to you to show as much empathy for whoever you like, and especially for your own family, your group.
But also, there's nothing about the concept of a person being considered to be an individual in law or morality or whatever that has anything to do with empathy. It doesn't preclude empathy. In fact, it might necessitate empathy, to be honest.
Yeah, because again, in this case, you don't have the government to rely upon. You must actually take care of yourself and those around you.
Yeah.
Cerberus comes in with $100 donation. I don't know what an A is, but thank you very much. Say, turn the other cheek doesn't mean be weak. You mean turn the cheek and let him slap you and then do what you must. I like that one better.
We all have the freedom to do whatever we want and achieve wealth and success. Well, why should I have empathy for a homeless person in my community? Empathy, on the other hand, challenges this type of individualism by asking us to relate to the experiences of those who are suffering. And when
Okay, well, what if the homeless guy at the end of the street was a drunk and he began abusing his wife? All of his friends have deserted him, his wife divorced him, he goes to jail, comes out of jail, then just goes straight back on the booze and won't reform. What am I supposed to do about that?
Yeah. What if the homeless guy put himself there?
Yeah, empathy for the wife-beating drunk, says this guy. Now what?
And again, this is the homeless guy argument. Homelessness in the West
is a choice.
Yeah, largely, because there are so many governmental agencies whose literal job it is to give you a house, or well, not a house, but an apartment, you know, a roof over your head. Yeah, like literally. Yeah. And these organizations can't find enough homeless people to help half the time because they'll give them an apartment, and a week later they'll have left.
This is something that I was red-pilled on by a chap called Nick Buckley, who has an MBE, which is some sort of medal of honor at the British Empire, for helping homeless people, right? And he was like, yeah, basically, there are always homeless shelters. Every town has a homeless shelter. They can always just go find it by just asking any kind of citizen advice or whoever. They are on the streets begging for money to get drugs. That's what they're doing. I was like, oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah. Again, if there is a person who genuinely wants to turn his life around in modern Western society, there is countless organizations you can turn to. Hell, in Europe, for example, there are even places where you can go where they will give you drugs so that you don't have to buy illegal drugs and maybe have to share like dirty needles and stuff. I don't make this up. There are heroin shelters in Norway where you can come and they will give you heroin.
God, that's so mad. So mad.
Trick or treat.
This is the Europe we live in.
Yeah.
Musk says that there is a civilizational suicidal empathy happening. The civilization he's talking about is, of course, white Western capitalism.
Yes, the place where everyone is fleeing.
Yeah, too. Yeah. The place where the good things come from. Yeah.
Yeah. The place where everyone wants to be. The place where you right now are living in your fucking room here. The place that you are no doubt about to argue should do everything it can to help everybody else.
Yeah. I bet he lives in a mostly white town as well.
The same civilization that a lot of evangelical Christians love. They love capitalism. It's weird because these people won't have sex until they're married, but they'll just 69 with capitalism all night with no regrets, thinking that Christ is up there being like, oh yes, good stuff. Rub it till you bust. That was fucked. And
that's embarrassing.
That's fucking like
it's just cringe.
Listen, I like myself a good dirty joke too, but this doesn't even make sense.
No, it's just cringe.
Is a weakness for someone like Elon because it stands in the way of pure market forces. For example,
because hang on, right? Yeah, that's Elon has time and time and again shown that the thing he cares about most is pure market forces. He's not George Soros. Like Elon has lost loads of money doing what he thinks is right.
Yep. No, same with Trump as well. Like,
yeah.
Oh, you worship capitalism. How many $1 billion has Trump lost in his presidencies?
Yeah. Unironically, like something like 4 or 5 billion Trump lost becoming the president the first time, and it's just like, and Musk has lost loads recently as well. It's like, if money was the driving factor, they're not making it. So why wouldn't they take the Nancy Pelosi route?
I see. Elon Musk has lost $182 billion over becoming political.
Yeah.
Again, if all he's chasing is market forces, he's doing a piss poor job of it.
Yeah. I mean, if all he was chasing is market forces, then just become a leftist.
Yeah.
Like the companies will give you money, the governments will give you money. You'll be protected. You'll get everything. You'll get US aid. Why go after? I mean, I bet he could have made loads out of US aid if he was a leftist. I'm Elon Musk. I produced the fucking Teslas. US aid me, baby.
Yeah.
Healthcare to migrant workers is economically inefficient. Or building...
You don't say.
Yeah. I mean, giving people free stuff that costs a lot of money, yeah, that is economically inefficient.
Oh, and even foreign workers, well, one, most of them aren't workers, but two, even if they are workers, they still cost more than they produce.
Yeah, go home.
Public housing is bad for real estate developers. I don't...
Yes. Yeah, no, unironically, if you can build, let's say, 200 homes a day, and you import 300 people a day, guess what happens to real estate prices?
But also, then, guess what the government feels obliged to do? Create social housing. So who benefits? Predatory landlords, predatory capitalists. Like, they're the ones who benefit from this. Guess whose homes become more expensive? This guy probably has no idea why his rent is so high. But I bet he's got other videos complaining about the rent increase in the United States.
I don't know why I'm using finger quotes. This is actually what these people think. No.
Yeah, it's actual reality. I wonder why you're using fucking finger quotes too.
These people think that. Well, that's because that's what's happening. Yeah.
In the tradition of phenomenology, which is a type of philosophy, you can Google it. Empathy isn't just like a feeling or a vibe.
Why does he bring up phenomenology?
Why does this guy do anything? I'm not sure.
It's a way that we have an experience of the other. For example, if you tell me that you're hungry because you forgot to eat lunch, I can empathize with that experience because I too have been hungry before. And in imagining what my own hunger felt like, I'm able to empathize with that experience that is not mine. And in this version of empathy, we get a sort of co-being with another that leads to a type of intersubjectivity. And this intersubjectivity conflicts with that spirit of radical individualism. And it can help create a common world.
No. Hang on. Radical individualism, or just any kind of individualism, assumes intersubjectivity. Like this is the assumption that everyone has their own perspective on the world, and therefore the individual actually matters.
Otherwise, why would we give a shit about the individual at all?
Yes. Otherwise, why would we give a shit? That's the great question. There's no compelling reason, right? So I don't know why this guy is saying these things.
I guarantee you, this is 100% like... Jonathan Haidt's original reason for writing The Righteous Mind was to try to explain why the left lost elections.
Oh, yeah.
And he arrived at the conclusion that it was because the left only focused on like two moral issues, empathy and fairness.
Yeah.
And this is exactly that, where empathy is elevated to such a great height that nothing matters. Nothing. Yeah. Reality itself is irrelevant. It does not matter that we will destroy our own society. We do it in the name of empathy.
Yeah.
It allows us to transcend individual perspectives. And I bring up this phenomenological understanding because it reminds us that empathy is way more than just a feeling, which is how the toxic empathy crowd describes it. And I'm going to...
Yes. In a way, like, because it is an evolutionary thing as well, but it is now being abused, where empathy originally was intended to be a way for us to form groups, cooperate, understand one another, to understand one another's pain, etc., and not be complete douchebags, which also leads to our ability to be cooperative creatures.
Well, so, I mean, let's explore what he's just laid down there, because what he is saying is that empathy is only possible between two named individuals who know one another.
Yeah, which is also not correct.
Well, I mean, in a way, I think it probably is correct, like genuinely empathy, right? So, as in, he can't be empathetic to immigrants crossing the border, right? He doesn't know anything about them. He doesn't know how they feel. He doesn't know what their motivations are, what their goal is, or anything like this. He doesn't know. You can only be empathetic to someone with whom you have personal and intimate knowledge, as in you'd have to know the person to be able to empathize with them. Otherwise, what you're doing is acts of charity and things like this. You know, you are making a bunch of assumptions about something that may or may not be true, again, we go back to our sort of like giving money to the homeless guy. Oh, I think I'm being empathetic. No, you're sustaining a drug addiction, right? Like you don't know what is empathetic, and often being empathetic does not mean just giving a person what they want. Being empathetic can mean doing the thing they actively say they don't want, but is in their best interests in the long term.
Give a man a fish or teach him to fish.
Yeah, I mean, like the empathetic thing, for example, that the Taliban did when they took over Afghanistan was took 100,000 homeless heroin addicts off the streets. They just took them off the streets. And now the leftists be like, well, what about the human rights? It's like, they don't have human rights. They're heroin addicts. Like, they don't have the same kind of experience of the world as you. They're literally, like, you know, just shivering and shaking and, you know, gnashing their teeth on the streets of Kabul or whatever. That's not good for them. That's not good for them at all. Like, keeping someone in that condition should be considered a violation of their human rights. That's a cruel thing to do. It's cruel to keep people like that. And if you give them heroin, you keep them in that condition. So what are you doing?
There's also the fact, though, that there is an ability to have empathy for an outwards group. Genuine empathy, perhaps not. Depends on the definition of genuine. But this is what lies at the basis of the outgroup fetishization of the modern left, where I don't even know if it's become almost just a political dogma or an accepted truth that, like, gravity just exists these days. But you have here a position that basically argues that we should value somebody who does not contribute to society over those who do contribute to society, which is obviously self-destructive, and yet that's a self-destructive nature, which is literally unavoidable, is simply ignored.
So I'm not sure I'd characterize this as empathy, because I do think that empathy has to be from one person to another person, right? Because an individual has to be understood. Like the gestalt of a collective group can't be understood in the way that an individual can be understood. So I would characterize that feeling as sympathy, maybe, or like some kind of I mean, I don't want to go as far as say fetishization, but maybe something like that, like a romance, an appreciation for whatever. You know, like I think of, like, you know, I've said before, I particularly like Greek culture. I like Greece and Greek food and Greek people, right? So my liking of Greece isn't empathy for Greece, even though if I thought that Greece was being invaded by Turkey or something, I'd be like, well, you know, this is one of those occasions where I'm totally in favor of us sending military aid, right? Because it's kind of, it's almost kind of like a prejudice, you know, when you are just in favor of a collective, of a group. Like a lot of the time when you dig into any of the details, there are going to be people who are in that group who don't justify your sympathy or your kind feelings towards them, right? Your sentiments, you know, but you hold them anyway because it's not really about any of these individuals.
Brandon, too, comes in with another big donor for $100. Thank you very much, sir. Here's a better Bible quote this idiot probably never heard. Psalm 144:1. Blessed be the Lord, my rock, who trains my hands for war and my fingers for battle. Christianity has never been as weak or pacifist as communists present it. Let's go on.
Why does this person assume we've never played Medieval 2?
You ignorant slut.
That's one of the loading screen quotes. You know, blessed be thy Lord who trains my hands for war and my fingers to fight, is the translation they use in Medieval 2. So yes, we do know that one. Thank you.
Dane Neril Bowner for another 100. He says, thank you very much, sir. You're being very generous today, people. I hate this line of thinking. His views on Christianity, individualism, and capitalism, and how they truly function is not only highly flawed, but disingenuous. It makes me angry, to be honest. And disingenuous is the case, because he at no point gives any credence to the legitimate problems of the opposition. Like, the very housing problem. Yeah, it's a literal fact. If we can only buy 100 houses, if we can only build 100 houses, but we're importing 200 migrants, our housing system will collapse. It's literally unavoidable. We can't do anything about it.
I mean, it's not even very complicated to understand. So
no,
the only reason that you don't understand it is malice. Frankly.
Literally, yeah. Why is the cost of housing so high? It's like, we don't have enough houses.
Yeah.
Why don't we have enough houses? Looks to the beach where another boat arrives.
Yeah. why don't you build some houses for these foreigners? It's like, why should I? I don't have any obligation to these people.
No, and again, it's not even a question of build houses. It's like we literally can't even. Even if there was every will in the world, it can't happen.
Yeah. Like, there is also that.
Yeah, you're butting up against reality itself here. Like, even if we set apart all understanding of, no, I don't want to build a house for the person who's going to treat my 11-year-old as an assassin, we can't.
Yeah. We are at the point where we can't afford anything, so go away.
I'm going to put a link to an essay on the phenomenology of empathy in the description if you guys want to check that out. You know, this speaks to what empathy is, recognizing that the humanity of others is always already interlinked with my own humanity. And this fights against the tendency.
Hold on. Okay, so this is starting to sound an awful lot like empathy is what makes him human.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, this is a fairly novel definition of what a human is.
Yeah.
Normally a human is defined as a rational animal, like Aristotelian sort of definition. But I mean, like, there is an argument to be made in this regard, right? It's not that there's nothing here. It's how he's applying it. He's applying it maliciously, right? He is applying it with the deliberate intent of immiserating you. He wants to harm you, which is why he's doing this. So you really should just... I wouldn't take any of these things seriously on that basis alone.
Yeah, because again, it's... The idea of, like, empathy, because this is yet again empathy über alles. It's empathy at the cost of anything else.
Yeah.
And that is, again,
also,
simply just not the reality.
But it's also, what, you know, okay, then what happens if you don't do it? Well, you're not empathetic. Okay, I'm not empathetic. Now what? What happens now? Nothing. Nothing happens, right? My children get to eat tomorrow. That's what happens.
Not to mention
it's
as
like,
well.
right, okay.
Like, if we base this empathy, okay, but my empathy is stronger for the people around me. I would like my children to live in a house, not in a hovel by the sea.
I was exactly where I was about to go with that. So then you arrive at the Jonathan Haidt position, and not just Jonathan Haidt, but like his is the best research on this, of the concentric circles of empathy, actually. And that actually, as soon as you start saying it like that, you realize, oh yeah, that makes a lot more sense, doesn't it? So I have empathy in proportion to the people around me, the proximity to me. So the people who are closest to me, I have the most empathy for, like my family, my close friends, you know, then my neighbors, then my local community, then my fellow countrymen, then the people who share the same continent as me, and then finally all humanity.
Yeah, that's a very distant extended realm.
I mean, this is literally just formulated by Edmund Burke. You know, that's his formulation of it.
Yeah. And again, it's not like the West has not been empathetic. The sheer quantity of resources that has been poured into the third world through foreign aid is so great, we don't even have a number for it. Like, literally, there exists no accurate account on how much money the West has sent just to Africa alone. We don't know. It's in the trillions and trillions. We have no clue.
I saw an estimate the other day that was something like 42 trillion, and it's just like, Jesus.
It is a number so vast, we have not been able to keep track of it.
Yeah.
To make people that aren't like us wholly other, right?
And there, again, this is also why I say fetishization of the outgroup, because immediately, oh hey, rich people aren't like us. This is the Vortian position again. These aren't humans. These aren't people.
Well, why are we talking about them as if they're people then? Like, we don't talk about like swallows or geese that fly south for the winter as illegal immigrants because they're not people. However, people who cross the border illegally without papers or whatever else they need are definitionally people. Otherwise, we wouldn't intercept them.
Because we don't stop the birds. Yeah, I like that one.
Well, we don't stop animals crossing because they're not people.
Yeah.
We stop humans crossing because they are people. It's literally why we intercede in these. It's literally why we're having discussion. It's predicated on the assumption that they are people. And if they're not people, let us know, because then we don't have to bother. You know, we don't have to feed them. They're just wild animals, are they? So we don't have to give them access to anything. You know, they don't live in cities now, right? Because they're not people. Is that where we're going with this?
And again, this also demonstrates why empathy is just a weapon to them, because they will withhold it at the drop of a fucking pen. You're not human. Why? It's like, well, I don't agree with you, so you are not a person now. You have more money than me, thus you are not a person. You're not a human being.
Yeah.
This is the group of empathy. Like, empathy is nothing more than a stick. It is nothing more than a weapon. It is do as I wish, or I'll burn your car.
Do as I wish, or I'll say that you're evil, is what they're saying.
Us, wholly other, right? Like, I don't have to have empathy for a migrant because that's a totally different type of person than me, or for a trans person, or for a woman, or for someone suffering some type of oppression, right? Because they're not.
And I love this too. Like, he makes a joke saying rich people aren't people, and then he goes, wow, my enemies are so evil for not considering people I like people.
But also, like, no, he's wrong as well. No, I do have empathy for someone who's suffering, right? Yeah, that's terrible. I'm sad they're suffering, right? I don't want them to suffer. If I was in control of the world, they wouldn't suffer. I'd make it so they couldn't, right? Or they weren't. But I'm not. And it's not my business. It's not my job. You know, I'm not the one who's responsible for that person. And in fact, their personal independence as a human being means that it's not my job and I don't have to do anything. Now what?
Now what?
They're not like me, so I don't have to worry about it. And we can see a little bit more about the philosophical.
No, it's because they're so far away from me.
Heresy's
In the concentric circles of things I am responsible for, they're way too far away.
Political importance of this by checking out Aristotle. Now, he doesn't really talk about empathy as such, but his discussion of justice and friendship and his Nicomachean ethics
is amazing. Right, okay, I know this quite well.
Pretty helpful here. Okay, so listen to how Aristotle describes justice. He says, for this same reason, justice alone of the virtues is thought to be another's good, because it is related to our neighbor, for it does what is advantageous to another, either a ruler or a co-partner. The gist here is that to be just is to be concerned with the good of another. Justice itself, definitionally, is about me caring about and seeking the good of people that aren't just like me. This is absolutely...
Okay, pause. Right, okay. So first things first, this is not an uncontested definition of justice, right? There are other definitions of justice. This is one I find more persuasive than Aristotle's, which is someone getting what they deserve. So it's not necessarily like you can, because from what this definition is, if justice is only about other people, you can never suffer an injustice. But then who can ever suffer an injustice? They'd never be able to claim an injustice on their own part, right? So that can't be the complete thing. Although I'm not saying there's nothing to Aristotle's definition. Yeah, justice is also not just about you getting what you want, because it might be that you don't deserve what you want, right? So there is a component of thinking about your neighbor, but okay, fine, but that's not the sum total of justice, and that's not something that applies to the entirety of mankind. He uses the neighbor for a reason, because Aristotle's conception of a polity, as in a state that is designed to dispense justice, is built upon friendship. And the very core of the city, to Aristotle, of any kind of civic polity in any way, shape, or form, is built on goodwill and friendship. And if you don't have goodwill and friendship, as in if you don't know the person, they're not a part of your polity. Therefore, you are not responsible for justice for them, which is why he uses the example of the neighbor and not like the Persian or something. You know, he doesn't use something miles away. He uses something right next door. And this is what this guy is trying to, essentially he's lying about the nature of this in order to try and hurt you. I mean, Aristotle would absolutely not say that you have a responsibility to deliver justice to someone you don't know. Like it's baked into the concept of the neighbor that he's got this. And so this guy is basically lying.
it's also that he is twisting the idea here. So, if, as you say, the empathy is justice, the care for another, then you cannot be a victim. Now, this is kind of what happens with the left. In this famous case, for example, where the Norwegian rape survivor feels guilty, the man who assaulted him was deported.
Yeah.
Like, this is suicidal empathy. Because, yeah, there is an element of empathy as justice, because, like, it is a way for justice to be served within the community, for a community to remain healthy. But a community remains healthy by punishing the guilty. If you commit a crime against the community must punish that crime or be destroyed by the ever-increasing weight of those crimes.
Yes.
And this
is... Yeah, sorry.
And this is the opposite of that. This is a crime where other people have to move in and go like, nah, buddy, the man ass raped you. We're gonna have to punish him. I'm sorry.
But notice what you're doing there, right? Like, what you're saying is actually justice is not empathy. Right? Justice is someone getting what they deserve.
Yeah.
Do you deserve charity and goodwill if you rape someone? No, not really. What you deserve is punishment. That's what you deserve. And everyone knows that's what you deserve. That's the correct thing. And yet the leftists are like, well, I mean, really, you've got to let him go, right? It's like, no, why would we do that? You know, is that what the rape survivor deserves, right? He's the one who needs justice. The punishment has to be done to the person who raped him in order to deliver that. And again, this has nothing to do with empathy. This is to do with, like, you know, our cosmic view of right and wrong and the restoration of the sort of moral balance of the universe.
Yeah, like, it is justice beyond even the personal. Because even if the guy who got ass raped says, like, no, don't deport him, the rest of us will go, nah, like, no, we gotta, like, come on. And that is what that is what society does then. Justice for the common folk in this case is to deport the rapist, regardless of the absurd wishes of the rape survivor in this case.
Yeah. I mean, frankly, I think that's actually not sufficient, but, you know, I'm pretty Bronze Age about these things. This
fucking case. And the worst part, this isn't even an outlier. There was another, I think it was a Swedish woman who was raped by immigrants in an immigration camp and put out a letter going like, I'm so sorry you had to ruin it for everybody else. I'm like, oh, God, help me.
Okay, fine, yeah. Yeah, I'm sorry too. You know, but they're going home.
And Brandon for another 50. Thank you very much, sir. One that seems relevant as time goes on. Ephesians 6:12. For our struggle is not against flesh and blood, but against the rulers, against the authorities, against the power of this dark world, and against the spiritual forces of evil in the heavenly realms. Again, a lot of that too comes down to the fact that, yes, as a society, as a group, we can actually grasp right and wrong. We can look at a man getting raped in the ass by an immigrant and go, that's wrong. And when that man goes like, no, we shouldn't punish him.
And just to be clear as well, this is the very purpose of law, is to collectively establish right from wrong.
Yeah.
It's not a coincidence that, you know, laws are designed to make the world better and to enforce what we think is right, like collectively. That's precisely what laws are.
Absolutely.
Absolutely counter to contemporary Western individualism. Aristotle writes that...
Hold on, no. That the rule of law is not counter to individualism. Individualism can only exist with the protection of the rule of law. Otherwise, we would simply be prey to roving bands of bandits.
The rule of law is an expressly individualistic concept developed by the English, who are also the people who developed the concept of individualism, right? Because it literally protects everyone under the same law. Because prior to this, you had laws that were different for different classes of people.
Yeah.
Like, different people had different laws. That's not the rule of law.
The best man is not he who exercises his virtue towards himself, but he who exercises it towards another, for this is a difficult task. And this is why for Aristotle, justice isn't just a part of virtue, it basically is virtue. Aristotle.
But justice then still does not become empathy.
No, justice is not empathy. And I don't think this is, I'd have to go back and check, but I don't think this is the entirety of what Aristotle says on justice anyway. In fact, let me just quickly double check. But this is not the entirety of virtue anyway. I mean, anyone who's conversant with Aristotle should be able to tell us what the cardinal virtue is, upon which the rest are predicated.
And what is that?
Courage.
Courage.
Yes, without the no, I think it's actually. It's not, I mean, I don't think Aristotle actually says that. I'd have to go back and check. But courage is no. I'm pretty sure courage is the mother of all virtues, because without courage you can't exercise any of the others. Yeah, it is. No, I am actually courage. Aristotle. Courage is the mother. In fact, I literally word for word just cited Aristotle there. Courage is the mother of virtues because without it you can't consistently perform the others. Yeah. So without without courage, all of these virtues are worthless, right? And so this guy is not giving you an accurate analysis of Aristotle's virtue ethics.
Paul also talks about friendship in this text. He says that perfect friendship is the friendship of men who are good and alike in virtue. Friendship.
Yeah, friendship. Yeah, Aristotle's view on anything that you could call empathy is based on knowing that person.
Yeah, I was about to say,
be friends with them.
So we are now basing friendship on those who are good and alike in virtue. I can quite proudly say that I have virtually nothing in alike with the again child assassins.
Well, that's his perfect form of friendship, right? Mm-hmm. So you can have friendships that are not perfect, obviously, but all civic polity and therefore justice is based on being friendly, to having good intentions towards the other person. That's just what it's about. So, I mean, literally, illegal immigrants are definitionally kept out of this because you don't know who they are, because they're from another country and they're not your countrymen.
Good and alike in virtue. Friendship, like justice for him, is perfected when we seek out the good of another, when our friendship is derived from the desire for the other to sort of have good stuff happen.
Of a fucking friend. It's literally friendship. Friend.
Yeah, no, he's somehow managed to redefine this very internal statement to be external in a... I don't understand his thought process here.
He's literally saying... he's literally saying that you don't have to know this person in order to be friends with them. And it's like, okay, but nobody agrees with that.
Yeah, but and again, that is the opposite of what Aristotle said. He literally said, the best friendship are those who are alike in virtue.
Yeah, but that's a gradient thing, right? So it doesn't... It's fine to have a friendship that isn't a perfect friendship. That's totally fine. And that's just a quality that the best friendship has, right? Sure, and the thing is, this is a judgment call on Aristotle's part. You don't have to agree with that. It's probably true, right? It's probably true that two men who are like, you know, the best, whatever, you know, the most courageous men have like the strongest friendship because they recognize in each other the virtue that they work so hard to perfect in themselves, right? So it's probably something true to that, but you don't have to agree with it. That's literally just a judgment call.
And I think if we consider friendship and justice together in this way, it gives us a pretty good model of social empathy. So for example, if I can acknowledge the humanity of others, then I can desire their good or desire what's good for them and think not just about what's best or most advantageous for me as an individual, but think about my neighbors and my community as a whole. And
okay, that's totally true, but it's so like trite. Like that's not a great philosophical insight. It's like, well, if I can feel well about people, then I can think that I can hope for the best for them. It's like, dude, I can think badly of people and hope for the best for them. But the question is, what does the best mean, right? Now, for example, the evil drug addict who broke into someone's home in California or whatever, I want the best for them, which is that they get off the drugs, right? Now they're going to go, oh, I don't want that. That's the worst thing in the world for me, because they have a false impression of what's good for them. Okay, fine. But that doesn't mean I'm going to do anything for them. That doesn't mean I owe them anything.
And again, he keeps thinking that this is some kind of weird thing that we don't have. Like, no. Empathy already exists within individualism. The basic idea of individualism is that everybody is equal. There's no lack of empathy here. What we are objecting to is simply the suicidal empathy. It is empathy über alles, where empathy becomes the only deciding factor, which is also precludes justice being served. Because how can you possibly carry out any punitive actions against another when the other is all you care about?
Just a point as well that their entire philosophy is predicated on this kind of extreme individualism as well, right? The concept of abortion is predicated on extreme individualism to the point where the mother's preference supersedes the baby's life. And you see them firebombing, not firebombing, like attacking Christian protesters outside of abortion clinics and stuff like this. Right, where it's like, and in Britain it's criminalized to pray outside of an abortion clinic. Like this is a kind of extreme individualism that shows no empathy for the baby.
I mean, even transgenderism. We have given you the right to mutilate your own body, irreversibly so.
Yeah, like the idea that their philosophy isn't predicated on extreme individualism is just wrong.
Like Aristotle says, if this is how we think, well, we're basically covering the whole of virtue. So if we let this type of empathy shape how we think about politics, it's going to lead us to worry less about our individual interest, what's good for us, or, I don't know, our bank account, our businesses, our electric car company, whatever it is. We're going to think about the community at large. We're going to think about the good of others. We're going to think about the good of humanity and not just me. So
Stop. Right. So this really annoys me as well. This is another completely false dichotomy that really annoys me, right? Because I am not separate from humanity. Like, I am a human as well, actually, believe it or not. And so in doing something good for myself, as in if I make sure that I'm strong, I'm healthy, I'm wealthy, if I make sure that I'm a good, constructive member of the community and a real pillar of the community, I am aiding humanity by not being a burden on others. If I make sure that I have all of these things he's criticizing me for having and wanting and working hard to achieve, I'm making sure that I'm not putting myself as a burden on others. That's a good thing for humanity, for the community, for whatever. And in fact, there is a moral imperative to do this. And actually, it's a moral failing on the people who don't do this.
And again, what I was going to say too, I was going to let him finish his little rant there.
Sorry, I was just getting angry.
Is that, okay, if we do not worry about our bank accounts, if we do not build this Western society that everyone now wants a part of, it wouldn't exist.
Yeah, where would your immigrants flee to, buddy?
Yeah. We do not live in Hyperborea. This isn't the Garden of Eden, some mystical land where wealth springs uncontrolled from the ground. The reason why we have become the place that everybody now runs to is because we built something. When we then drop all of that simply to go, oh hey, everyone, come here, we are inviting the hordes of locusts to literally pillage our fields, and when all of the food is eaten, we'll look around and go, oh, where did all the food go?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, and where's the wealth? How can we pay for the things that we wanted to hand out for free? Well, yeah. I guess we can't. Now what?
A lot of countries have seen this happen in a microcosmos. The Greek economic crisis was exactly this, but on a more like nationalistic level, where Greek people wanted to retire at like 50. They didn't want to work, they didn't want to save, they wanted to live off benefits. And it's like, okay, you can try that. And then the Greek economy is, I can't pay for this.
You've got no pensions. Now what?
Okay, there you go. Reality asserts itself at the end. Like you actually literally cannot continue to live above your means forever.
Yeah. I mean, as much as I love Greeks and Greek culture, I'll never stop being a Protestant, man. I'll never stop being a Northwest European, you know? And honestly, I think that the term Protestant is a perfectly valid thing to use here in this kind of description, because it is that work ethic, that kind of responsibility to you yourself get on and do it and make it done, that is genuinely why Northwest Europe is the most productive, most prosperous, best place. That, you know, the individualistic parts, right? Like the individualism, it means you have an obligation to yourself as a part of your obligation to other people. That's what that means.
Yep.
Jordan Peterson makes this point very well, actually. He says, he's got a great phrase: treat yourself as someone you're responsible for. Right? And that's true. That's totally true.
So I don't know, for example, like if you make a ton of money, it's like lower taxes, good for me because maybe I'll pay less taxes. But if me paying my fair share, it means that other people get access to healthcare. I don't know, maybe that's good. When I do.
How much of my money do you deserve? How much taxes do you pay just to be just interested?
Yeah, exactly. How much of my money do you fucking deserve?
How much more money? And again, like, this is one of those things that America really needs to just be fucking hurt on. Because Americans keep talking about this. Like, oh, we pay too much taxes. Like, bitch, you have no fucking clue what too much taxes mean.
Yeah, we all pay too much taxes. Like,
and again, you know, the worst part is, this is also, once again, one of those self-defeating arguments. You know why healthcare is so hilariously fucking expensive? It is because the cost of anything within healthcare is unfathomably bloated. Like, even just a scalpel, which, like, of course, there needs to be very high standards for surgical equipment. It has to be 100% clean, etc. All of that makes total sense. But you still sell scalpels for absurd quantities of money. It's not because it costs that much to disinfect a piece of surgical steel to that highest degree. It is because once the health industry taps into a literal, limitless amount of money, governmental money, there is absolutely no reason for them to not charge you till you bleed. Because the government doesn't care. Nothing spends quite as well as other people's money.
Yeah, that's totally true.
Like, socialized healthcare is genuinely a mistake. As much as I love all of the ideas around it, and there are benefits allowing people to return easier to work by receiving access to affordable healthcare, ideally speaking, there would be some kind of a dual system, like we have in Norway, where healthcare isn't free. You still need to pay a portion, and you still pay high taxes for it, but you receive major benefits for undergoing large-scale operations, for example. But the moment you make this purely public, you allow the largely private companies who supply the equipment to charge whatever they want.
Yeah. This and the thing is, I agree with you. Right? I'm actually okay with socialized medicine, but it has to be tightly controlled to be viable. So, you know, to like small amounts of money to prevent, like, if you say, right, if you want a doctor's appointment, you have to pay £5, which is like $7, right? Not a great amount of money. And even someone on benefits can spare like £5 or whatever. Well, what this means is you don't get frivolous people who are just like, well, you know, I'll go every day. You know, no, they're not going to do that, right? What they're going to do is only go when they actually need to go. And so it hasn't cost them a huge amount of money, and it just prevents the system from being abused. And obviously you have only people that are, you know, don't have it available to people from foreign countries. They just have to pay as if it were a private healthcare system, blah, 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 right? You know, that's fine. I'm totally fine. That's probably a good idea, frankly, but that's just not what we do.
No, we don't. And again, like, the only way to make this work is either by disincentivizing it so that you have to, you know, take advantage of it when you do.
Yeah.
Or by basically making the entire thing public, so that the government needs to produce its own stuff. And even that is only putting off the problem for a short amount of time until you have the ivory tower with the oil paintings in it.
Yeah, and even then, exactly. Can you imagine how wasteful any government factory is going to be?
Exactly.
Like, no, that's a terrible idea, you know?
Yeah, because the core problem here is the infinite money bag. That is the problem. When you attach a private company or a public company to an infinite amount of funds, you will very quickly notice that they will find a way to waste an infinite amount of funds.
Well, it just won't matter to them, you know? And it's kind of crazy that we have to keep making this point. It's like, it's so obviously the case.
Yeah, no, it's obvious. People will
just
take
self-evident.
advantage.
Do this, I'm basically being a just friend to my whole community. To paint in super broad brushstrokes to start to wrap this one up, this really shows us the difference
Okay, and
between...
he said, being a just friend to my whole community. Okay, and why do illegal immigrants come into this?
I guess that's because his community is the world.
Well, exactly. His community is the illegal immigrants. Well, it's not mine. So I don't owe them anything by your standards here. Fuck off.
The ethics of an individualist, capitalist, market-driven logic, and a logic driven by the spirit of empathy and egalitarianism. Okay, I'm trying to keep this quick.
Right, they're totally different. Empathy and egalitarianism, as if you can't be empathetic if you're not egalitarian, right? Bollocks. Absolute total bollocks. Like what he's trying to say is, look, only communism makes you a good person.
Yes.
That's what he's saying. It's like, no, don't agree. In fact, I think communism makes you a bad person.
Yeah. Well, that is the heart of all this. Empathy is not it's merely a tool here, which is why again they can withhold it at any moment. Elon Musk is no reason to be empathetic towards him. Rich people gets no empathy. They're not humans.
Yeah.
This is simply empathy as a weapon.
Yeah.
But I do need to give a shout out to my Patreon supporters, especially my biggest dogs.
I've never heard of this guy. Like, what? Just a liar.
Ignorant slut.
He's a fairly small channel. He's just riding the wave of leftism right now being full mask off evil. We can and will do anything to our opposition because we are good.
Because empathy.
Yes, because empathy. We can burn any number of factories, endanger any number of people, because this is the result of empathy. Yeah. This is love of your brother, of your friend. There's even more of these. I was going to go through this one too, which argues even more directly for terrorism.
Oh, go on. Let's do it. I'm curious.
But it's another like 10 minutes. We don't have time.
Oh, go on.
Maybe next week or a week after, since you're gone next week.
No. Let's do it now. Come on, because I'm gone next week, so let's do it now.
Okay. In that case, I'm going to do a couple of these first before I get fucking buried.
All right, let me go and get a drink, and then we'll go through Adam. Because I hate this guy as well.
Okay. Reload. Lucky you, chat. You get extras today. Chat, I only see 500 likes with almost 2,000 people watching, and you're gonna get extras. Hit the like button. What are you doing? What is wrong with you? Why do you have no empathy for your fellow man? River Norse, once more they meet upon the bridge, Saxon and Viking. Father Jack the Enlightened, Fish sends her a regard, Archley. Thank you, Fish. We have had plenty of your trick-or-treat and feet today, too. Marshall Yarling, the left has never been anti-gun. They just don't want citizens to be able to defend themselves. Or Tesla shops, apparently. Flexing Potato, hey Arch, are you still planning on doing a History Channel? If so, would you consider doing a video on Alexander the Great Siege of Tyre? Well, to begin with, it will be more modern history, but yes, history will be done, eventually. Van Garth, feet for the Feet Queen, fins for the Fish Throne. Call sign Taurus for $20, thank you, sir. Well, guys, I passed my interview for a federal law enforcement job. Had to relearn how to walk from a car accident to pass it. Listening to you both gave me a ton of motivation to do it. Thank you both. You're very welcome, sir. I'm glad you passed. Mr. Matchstick, To leftists, the government equals God, so Elon is attacking God. It does feel a bit like that, doesn't it? Ballcraft, it's not about anything except the revolution, and empathy is merely a tool in its propagation. Reverend Norse, I wish both of you luck in all your endeavors as our country's focus on trying to defy Trump instead of fixing our internal issues. Godspeed to God Emperor Trump. Hope he saves us all. Yeah, no, it's genuinely kind of remarkable how we are going out of our way to resist the Trump, even as we turn around and have our people killing each other with children. Noah Goddard, remember, the left is the party of tolerance. That is correct. Unless you're an enemy. Brandon, I love the new Dono alert. It's terrible, but funny. Scorn. Okay, well, Scorn has had a little bit of a boost today, isn't it? That's about, what, $130 now for Scorn. God, I need to clamp down how many things you guys get to keep running at once, because we're going to get Alien Isolation and Scorn, two horror games being funded at the same time. You silly willies. Marked ashamed. All right, if we can claim Kingdom Come Deliverance as ours, then we should also claim Helldivers 2. However, we should have the stock ready for when their version of Dragon Age 2 comes out and use it. Quite potentially. There's an interesting situation with Helldivers 2, where I view it as more actively hostile ground than KCD 2, due in part to the stance of Pillastad and the company being just vile people, honestly. And yet, you've also got Pillastad then talking out of both sides of his mouth, both declaring the game to be non-political, then declaring it to have political themes in the next sentence, to going like, oh, I misspoke when I called all of my players evil grunts and brainwashed fascists, and then also going, actually, I think the article was pretty good. Like, I don't know if the man is simply saying whatever he can to appease as many people as humanly possible without taking a side. It's a weird thing. Brandon, I don't know what the punishment for corruption is, but can it be hanging? This is infuriating. Maybe we should simply have it be proportional to the amount of scam you have committed. I think having an oil painting of yourself made by the boss's wife should be pretty far up on the tree. So I am going to go and get myself a little snack ready too then. I'll be right back, chat.
Right, let's do this. Arch. Can you not hear me or something? Cat, where's he gone? Oh, Arch went for a snack as well. All right, how's it going, guys? Are you feeling empathetic yet? Oh, hello.
Remember, chat, more likes. It's only 666. There's 1,800 of you. More.
That's the devil's number, chat. Come on.
Yes.
1,800 watching, 600 likes. Come on.
And John Adams, Carl, please do a Lotus Eater's book on Kant's writings.
You know what? I try to avoid Kant as much as I can. I should.
Right, let's listen to this.
You know what? I can conscript Stelios to do it.
So you know this guy, do you?
What, Adam Conover?
Yeah.
I don't know him personally, like in real life, but like he's Adam Ruins Everything.
Ah, I have no idea who this guy is.
Oh, well, chat, you can fill Arch in on that.
Oh, All I know is that he's going to explain to me why burning Teslas is good.
Yeah, his entire shtick is debunking things. Do you have a belief? I'm debunking it. Oh, fuck off, you twat.
So last week, Trump's big billionaire buddy Elon finally fell down the K-hole. You know, for a while there, it seemed like Elon was on top of the world. I mean, he's basically the president. He's firing scientists who are way smarter than he is, and he's deciding whether people live or die.
Based.
Is he now?
Mm-hmm.
I'm looking forward to hearing about... Oh, no. You know what? I'm going to make a prediction here. This is going to be about Medicaid and how Elon is literally killing people.
Yep.
Since hundreds of thousands of people are literally going to be killed by...
No, they're going to be killed. They're not going to die. They're going to be killed.
Yes. Well, that's why I said murdering people, because a leftist would never say die. It's murder. It's blood is on Elon's hand.
Yeah, it's not that nature is taking its course or something, or that they ate too much or drank too much or something like that. No. It's that the government is murdering them.
Absolutely. It's not at all that you have a person who could easily hit both sides of a door entryway, keeling over as their heart give out. No, that's not it.
Nope.
It's Elon Musk personally reaching in and tearing their life force out. Presumably to be used in electric batteries.
Look, we got to save the environment somehow, Arch.
Yep. We're going to have to power our cars on fat people's souls.
Well, look, it's not my choice. I didn't choose to be an environmentalist. The left made me be an environmentalist.
Elon's cuts to disease prevention programs. But hey, Elon don't care. He's way too busy playing with his favorite chainsaw. Dude has been living the dream.
And yet again, this is exactly the argument. Like, Doge bad, cutting waste bad. Fucking oil paintings of employees.
Mm-hmm.
Fucking oil paintings.
And that's just one of a million different things. Like,
let's see. What's the Doge clock at now?
215 billion when I checked yesterday.
215 billion. You know what? I'm fine with almost anything that says 215 billion.
There's literally no limit to the amount of things I'd be happy for Elon to cut.
But all of a sudden, Tesla stock started dropping, and protests of Tesla started popping up in Philadelphia, Chicago, the Bay Area, Florida, Waikiki, New Zealand, and even France.
Hold on.
Woke places, yeah.
By protest, do you mean firebombing cars?
Yeah, that is terrorism.
Is that the left-wing definition of protest now?
It has been for about 5 years, yeah.
I mean, true, but I am equally amazed every time it's spoken out loud. Like, okay, they're protesting this guy. They're firebombing his shit. Yeah, protests. It's like, okay, so just so I'm entirely clear here, doing wheelies on a pride sidewalk is a hate crime.
Yeah.
But burning down Tesla dealerships is a protest, right?
It's civic activity.
Yep. I'm on board. I just needed clarification, that's all. Oh, God.
I was like Janovich in the chat who did those series.
Oh, yeah, Janovich is here. Is he?
Oh, I love that. I love that guy's videos.
Yeah, Janovich is him. There he is. Yes, Janovich. Hey.
Yeah.
You should come on the ArchCast sometime again.
You should.
He does amazing animation stuff. Amazing animation stuff. In fact, Janovich, I think I have something you could help me and Sargon with in the not too distant future. Just saying. You know that would be awesome, don't you, Sargon?
Oh, yeah.
Where an angry Frenchman set a bunch of Teslas on fire. Huh. Say what you will about the French, but I guess they really don't like Nazis for some reason.
Protests.
I mean, like, if you're going to ascribe that to the French hating Nazis, that's weird, because the French do that kind of thing every weekend.
You know, unironically, France and riots is synonymous now.
Yeah. I mean, you saw the riots against like Macron and stuff like that. Like, it's just something the French do. I mean, it's literally a weekly thing.
Yeah, no, France is a fucking hellhole these days.
Yeah.
It is.
I'm not saying they're not
ridiculous.
justified either, by the way. Just FYI. You know, I'm just saying, you know, this is not like, oh, look, the French are rioting. Can you believe it?
Oh, holy
Yeah, I
hell,
can,
look at
yeah.
this. Okay, this happened a couple. Have you heard this story, Sargon?
Mm-hmm.
So there was a theater in Paris.
Yep.
Where they put on a show for immigrants. Like, we're all human beings. Come on in, immigrants. We'll give you a show. And then
guess what happened?
they did the show. And then the immigrants were like, nah, we live here now.
Yeah.
Literally.
And the thing, the theater has had to shut down.
Yeah.
Because it's costing, it's not just the theater itself, which I think was state owned actually. It's all of the businesses around it. Because obviously people don't want to go anywhere near the restaurants that used to get their money from theater goers getting dinner before the show, right? No one wants to go to those fucking restaurants now. So there was one restaurant near it owned by like a Lebanese immigrant or something. And they're like, yeah, this has ruined us.
Yeah, like this was also like a historical theater. Forced to close, hundreds of migrants, like 250 odd, just decided they lived there now.
But more kept coming.
Yeah.
Like, this is not gratitude. What can we revisit the conversation about empathy?
Yep, they're not being empathetic to the French here.
Yeah. Or to the restaurant owners near it, or any of the business owners near it. Like, the people who run the theatre can't afford to carry on with it.
Yeah. Occupation grew to 300 individuals.
Yeah.
7% of its income reliant on ticket sales, of course, disappeared. This started December 10th.
Yeah, I covered this a couple of months ago, but it has since got worse because now the theatre's going to shut down. Yeah, there we are, forced to close.
Yeah, and they eventually had to send in the police. Like, eventually the leftists were like, please come and violently evict these immigrants.
Yeah, oh yeah, that's another point as well. It was a lefty theatre.
Yep.
So they were doing it out of leftist empathy.
Yeah. And they tried for months to resist the only solution to this problem, and eventually they crawled to the cops.
What's the only solution? Kick them out, obviously, duh.
Yeah.
Why are they here? What did you... And that's the thing, right? The whole thing predicates on, well, they're just like us, aren't they? No.
Yeah.
No, they're not. They have totally different moral standards to you. You don't understand them.
Yeah, when you invited them into your historic, probably hundreds of years old theater, and they saw how plush the carpets were, they were just like, nah, I live here now.
Yeah, why would I leave? This is lovely.
Please put on another show for me.
Mm.
But yeah, no, France is fucking terrible. Genuinely terrible.
Everywhere is. Absolutely everywhere is.
Even Sheryl Crow announced that she was getting rid of her Tesla. Yeah, Elon, all she wants to do is dump your
Is Sheryl Crow
car.
like a famous Nazi?
Probably.
Like even Sheryl Crow, what, is she like a really cruel person, like Cruella de Vil or something? But even she's like, well, I can't support Nazi. What the fuck's he saying there?
Sheryl Crow. Who the fuck are you?
She's a singer from the 90s. Hasn't been relevant in 20 years.
Sheryl Crow. American singer, songwriter, musician, widely recognized for unique blend of rock, pop,
yeah, from the 90s.
1998. Tuesday Night Music Club.
Told you.
Okay.
But like, you know, what like even her, is she famous for donating to the KKK or something?
Presumably. Well, I don't see a section here about association with the Nazi Party, but
and I think it'd come up.
Yeah, that's probably just omitted, you know.
Yeah.
But he is right. There's a lot of leftists who were very concerned about the climate a while ago, getting rid of their electric vehicles.
Yeah, well, you know, it doesn't matter now. Yeah, now the virtue, and just think, now the virtue signal is I hate Elon, right? And so it's like, oh, we all hate Elon. Well, I'm burning my Tesla then. So, literally the new NPC programming has come down. And what the NPC programming is is the collective approval of their fellow shitlib friends, right? As long as the shitlibs agree, then that's the right thing to do.
Quite literally, yeah.
First cut is the deepest, but I'm pretty sure there's going to be a lot more. Now, I'm not going to lie. All of this has been pretty satisfying to watch.
Terrorism. Fun.
But anti-environmentalism?
That too is satisfying, I guess.
According to Adam.
But it's more than just schadenfreude. The turn against Tesla in American society is proof that Elon is not invincible.
You don't
Who
say.
said he was?
Unironically.
Shitlibs collectively can burn Teslas. Yes, well done.
Yeah. We are well aware of your capacity for vandalism. This is well known. It is known, Khaleesi. The left burns shit.
Yeah, this isn't new.
Breaking news: left-wing protesters destroy city.
Breaking news: the left is violent and unreasonable. Oh, thanks, Adam. Tell us more.
But that, in fact, he and Trump are extremely vulnerable to public pressure, and it provides a roadmap for how average people can push back against what is happening in this country.
What, through terrorism?
Yeah, through terrorism.
But how does this make Trump vulnerable to public pressure? He controls the executive, the judiciary, and the legislative.
Well, his argument is literally, terrorism is working, continue terrorism.
It's true, yeah. Yeah.
That's his position
works.
on that.
Adam Conover, 2025.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's true. That is his position exactly.
That is his position. Our terrorism is successful. Continue terrorism against the elected leaders of our nation.
Yeah. I mean, if he was claiming like the election was stolen or something, I'd at least understand it. But he's not even claiming that.
No, he's not.
This legitimately elected leader does things I don't like. Therefore, fuck democracy, terrorism now.
Yeah. That's, is that an environmentalist book in Save Ourselves?
It's not with Teslas.
That's rich, considering what we're currently looking at.
Just not with Teslas. Save ourselves in some other way.
Death 6227 for another 50. Thank you much, sir. Hello, Arch and Sargon. I hope you are both doing well. I've seen people on our side showing in my eyes an inability to gatekeep. Because it seemed all it takes for them to abandon more land to our defeated enemy is just one thing. Monster Prom. Yes, well, it's the utilization of the stick, the inability to claim things. Again, this is something that the left has always been incredibly good at, just taking shit over. Even when it's actively hostile to them, they take shit over.
So the way to do this is basically make up your own interpretation of why it's your thing, right? Because that's all they've ever done. And so, like, whatever it is, has it got an even tenuous connection to being right-wing? Right, that's right-wing now. Yeah. The secret right-wing nature. I mean, honestly, right? I could make a right-wing argument for the Communist Manifesto. I'm not even joking. Right? I genuinely can and will, frankly, at some point. But, like, the left do this all the time. We need to do the same. No, look, here's the right-wing interpretation of everything that has ever existed. Okay?
And in this video, I'm going to tell you about it. But real quick, before we get started, just want to mention I'm on tour right now. London, Amsterdam, Rhode Island, Vancouver, Eugene, Oregon, Charleston, Oklahoma, Tacoma, and Spokane, Washington. You can get all those tickets at adamconover.net, and you can support this channel directly at patreon.com/adamconover. So ever since Trump took office, protesters across the world have been disrupting business at Tesla dealerships.
Disrupting business.
As if that's illegal. I mean, that's literally something called tortious interference. There are laws against this in the common law world.
And again, disrupting businesses. Oh, what did they do? Set fire to shit? Oh.
Yeah, I mean, obviously it's a very...
so charitable interpretation.
Yeah. Some might say over-charitable.
To show their contempt for Trump and Elon's fascist policies. And while most of them are standing in front of the dealerships with rad-ass signs, some people...
We're not just rushing by that, are we? Trump and Elon's fascist policies, what? Cutting government waste? Are you fucking serious? That's hardly fascism, is it? like I saw there was a super chat that came up about what are actual good sources for reading on fascism, right? And I mean, it depends what you're looking to understand, but like, if you want the fascists themselves to explain to you what fascism is, you can read The Doctrine of Fascism by Giovanni Gentili and Mussolini, right? These are the guys who give the theoretical groundwork for fascism, such as this. Fascism actually has a really, obviously, poor theoretical groundwork, but it doesn't matter. In there, they just coin the term totalitarian, and they say, fascism is totalitarian. It's where the state takes over everything in the civilization, and this is where you get nothing against the state, nothing outside the state formulation, right? So it's literally that. Like, they're not shy about it. They do what the socialists, they admit what the socialists do, right? And they say, no, yeah, this is good, actually. Right? That's what fascism is.
See, honestly, these days, whenever I heard the word fascist, my mind simply hears pejorative. I've stopped reacting to it these days.
Sure, and that's how they mean it. Don't get me wrong, that's how they mean it. But the idea that, like, their fascist policy, there's nothing fascist about cutting the size of government.
Fascism is when government doesn't get to have oil paintings.
Yeah, yeah. Well, I mean, historical fascism was, in fact, when the government took over literally everything in the civilization and became just, well, the civilization itself. They literally view the government as a kind of transcendent entity that produces everything within it. The state is the thing that transcends through space and time, and therefore everything is a product of the state, and therefore everything is, subservient to the state. Like, the idea that cutting the size of the state is in any way connected to fascism is just hilariously stupid.
Yep. I mean, again, we brought up the example of the literal ivory tower. Doge has so many justifications at this point. It's insane. Yeah. The fucking bureaucracy minds. And even the Department of Education is one that I think is particularly funny of all of this, because the Department of Education is something that everyone has critiqued since the dawn of time. Leftism particularly, it's racist, it's segregationary, it produces stupider children. And yet now that Elon is like, wow, this thing really doesn't do anything, let's cut it. It's like, oh my god, education is under siege. Like, it didn't do what it was designed to do.
You know that clip of the movie that the shitlibs always share, where it's like, oh, how is America #1? We're like 27th in this, we're 35th in this, we're like 59th in education. Mm-hmm. It's like, yeah, under the Department of Education, yeah, that's what you are.
Yeah.
Because if you put a bureaucracy in charge of something important, that thing gets shitter.
Yeah, no, like, the Department of Education appears to have completely and utterly failed in its set task.
Yeah, whatever you thought this was supposed to do, it's not doing it, is it, bro?
Yep. It's had like 40 years. It has achieved nothing. It's time to fucking kill it.
It's achieved the lowest test scores in fucking American history.
It failed. Moving on. But that's the thing. I'm sure this is a quote from somebody, but I got it from Racifist. Nothing is as permanent as a temporary government initiative.
I think that might be Reagan.
Reagan, yeah. Because that's it. Like, all of these things were created to achieve a goal, a purpose. They had a reason to exist.
Mm-hmm.
And if they never actually fulfill that purpose, shut them the fuck down. God help me.
Well, this is the problem with like any kind of bureaucracy on this scale, is that the people running it have got every interest to perpetuate the problem.
Yeah.
Like, if they solve whatever problem that they're supposed to be, fixing, then they're out of a job.
Yeah. And thus, obviously, they will do everything in their power to maintain their source of employment, their income.
Yeah, exactly. That's how they make money. Why would they want that?
But again, like, fascism is when government grows smaller.
I mean, that's really rehabilitating the image of fascism, to be honest. Because fascism used to be when the government took over everything and stole everything from everyone and conscripted the entire population to do its will. Like that used to be, and that used to be the negative version. You know, that's a bad thing. People are like, oh yeah, I don't like that. But if fascism is when governments get smaller, you might find lots of people going, oh, okay, then I'm pro.
I just find it hilarious that the definition of fascism has now grown to incorporate literally every end of the political spectrum. Everything is fascist.
Anything that opposes leftism.
Are getting a little bit more physical by graffitiing cars, burning down Tesla charging stations, and even destroying entire dealerships. And
listen, they're getting a bit more physical. You mean by committing acts of terrorism? Yeah, by committing acts of terrorism.
So don't worry, they're getting a bit more physical. Oh, what did they do? Did they throw some rocks? No, they destroyed a dealership.
Firebombing with Molotovs.
And again, this guy is totally on board with this. He is apologia out the ass.
See, this is where Trump should step in and go, no, this is going to get sanctioned, right? If this guy who promotes terrorism, which is what he's doing right now, continues to have a platform, fines. No, you're not promoting terrorism. This is illegal. This is charge him with something.
You know, like literally, not even fines. I'm thinking there's got to be laws against promoting terrorism in the United States. Surely.
But fines for the platforms for supporting it. No, you will not promote terrorism. You know, you'll get fined while his content is up and he's going to jail.
Absolutely. Like, Trump does need to start cracking down on social media.
100%. Fuck this guy. Fuck all of these people.
Look, some might say that vandalism and property destruction are bad.
Oh, okay. I am.
Yeah,
with
the people who own those things would probably argue.
With bated breath, I await the counter-argument, sir.
But one might also argue that unconstitutionally vandalizing an entire government that serves hundreds of millions of people is a bigger fucking deal than a little spray paint on the most...
Okay. Pause. Where in the Constitution is U.S. aid mentioned? I'm all ears, Adam.
Well,
okay,
you see...
so if it's not, hang on, if it's not mentioned in the Constitution, where did Trump unconstitutionally get elected? Like, you're not contesting the election. Where in the Constitution does it say that he can't appoint someone to do a job? That he can't use his executive authority? Nowhere. The answer is fucking nowhere. There's
using a governmental agency already established by Obama.
Yeah, which again isn't in the Constitution, but fine, whatever. You know, like none of this is about constitutional questions. That's the problem for him.
Yeah, and again, the idea here too is that you have a person, and he's not disputing his election, who is vandalizing government. He is throwing out the oil paintings.
I love the idea as well, vandalizing government. Oh no, we can't vandalize our sacred government.
Yes, the leftist, the fucking communist is going, no, my government is sacrosanct.
Yeah. But they did this during the Jan 6th riots. They're like, our sacred capital. And it's like, look, do you not know what it means to be an American? To be an American means the government is a human construct. That's literally what it means. It's literally, we the people decide to construct a government of our own. Was it Thomas Jefferson's fucking letter? You know, or the Declaration of Independence. So we have decided to create a government for ourselves. This is not sacred. It's man-made. It's specifically, liberal ideology is predicated on the idea that the state is man-made.
Yeah, like, I did a video or a stream on something like this a while ago where there was one of these leftists. I don't recall what it was now, but he was avowed, like, was it Hassan? I think, was it fucking Hassan? No, it was Vaush. It was fucking Vaush.
Vaush.
Yes, Vaush was making the argument that this is attacking government.
Good.
Vaush is now going like, our sacred government that I value so dearly is under attack.
Yeah.
It's like, again, these people will say literally anything, any lie, no matter how large, no matter how bold-faced, they will drop it without an ounce of doubt.
But I love it as well because it's just total mask-off moments. And the mask-off moments just have kept coming. They've been so good. Like this, not our sacred government. And it's like, all right, so if the government is holy and is the highest good that you can conceive of, what's the justification for something not being government? And Vorge were like, well, I am a communist, right? Which happens to translate to exactly the same end result that fascism is. So, just saying.
Yep. But that's what we have now. Like the communists going like, oh my God, he's vandalizing government.
Yeah.
Like, oh no.
But it's the same objection a fascist could have.
Yenovish, for 55 years, thank you very much, sir. I thought Sargon was disappointed with my centrist stance in the ArchCast, but he still watches my shit, so couldn't have been too bad. Glad he's being properly trench-pilled on Vrex. Been following your stuff. Your righteousness is refreshing sometimes.
Oh, I mean, I am deeply disappointed on your centrist stance, but, like, it's fine. I understand, Like, do as you please and as your conscience dictates, obviously. That doesn't mean that there's anything wrong with your work. I mean, Jesus, I'm not saying that.
Yeah, fair not, Janusz. We will defend you from the communists, and in return, you'll make us cool stuff.
Yeah. Yeah.
But again, like, I adore this. You've now got avowed Marxists, leftists, and communists of all stripes going, our United States is under threat.
And, I mean, up until yesterday, the US government was a white supremacist organization.
Yes! A white supremacist organization utilizing the blunt force of the police to oppress everyone.
Built on the backs of black slavery.
Yes!
But no, dismantling it. No! You can't do that! Fuck off. Just fuck off, you liars.
Taggable car I've ever seen. I mean, literally, Cybertrucks are flat and made of stainless steel. It's the perfect canvas. How is a graffiti artist supposed to resist? And
how is this allowed? How is this allowed? Like, unironically, how is this allowed? How is it allowed that he can incite people to attack other people's property?
Incitement to crime is not a crime if you're on the left.
Yeah, unironically, that seems to be the case, right? I mean, I just whatever. All right, just.
Actually, unironically, that is the reality as it is right now.
Yeah, it is,
and has been for ages.
But like, it is irresponsible to give this man a platform to encourage terrorism. Right? That's all I'm saying. People should not be allowed to encourage terrorism. This is a very reasonable position that every government in the West has. Why are we not actually employing any kind of regulations or punishments for this?
And look, if you bought a Cybertruck, I honestly don't know what's wrong with you. Owning a Cybertruck is the shitpost of car buying. It means you know people hate you and you don't give a fuck. But
you know what? Correct.
Yeah. Well, there's that too. Yeah.
No, unironically, being the racist uncle at the fucking family dinner, it's become a bit of a badge of honor, honestly.
Yeah. Arch gets the Cybertruck and puts the sticker on. I bought this after I knew Elon was based.
Yeah. It's like, no, unironically, pissing you people off have become a purpose in and of itself these days.
Yeah. Pride, yeah.
But I do feel bad for regular people who just bought a Tesla a couple years ago because they wanted a nice car to drive.
No, because they thought they were saving the planet, you prick.
Yes, exactly. I was about to say precisely. Or because they bought into your propaganda on it.
Yeah, you told them we've got to have electric cars because petrol is destroying the planet. And I don't even know that's wrong. I don't know anything about the environment. Let's assume that's completely correct. Why are you now making them go back on that? Why are you making them feel guilty?
Or throwing fucking burning shit at the cars.
Yeah, well, yeah. And, look at how indiscriminate he's been. Yeah, look, Tesla Cybertrucks, attack them, blah, blah, blah. I feel bad for those people who are just well-meaning and bought them. It's like, well, then why are you encouraging people to attack them? You must know there'll be friendly fire here, or, civilians being hit by this. You must know.
Let's see here. So Tesla was very popular in Norway for a while because of exactly the save the climate bullshit, right? It became a virtue signal. If you owned a Tesla, you were a good human being. Well, Red Youth, led by this remarkable example of masculinity.
Oh, yeah. He looks Very manly.
Yep. Red Youth. We literally have an organization called the Red Youth in Norway. Help me.
Amazing.
Is now trying to make it uncool to buy a Tesla.
Well, if he thinks it's uncool, I think it's cool.
Yeah, I don't know. If this person declares something to be uncool, I might assume the opposite stance, just out of sheer shits and giggles.
Yeah, no, well, no, it definitionally, what he thinks is uncool becomes cool.
And again, these were the people who championed this, who argued for it, and have now about town. It's like, no, Tesla's a Nazi car.
Genius.
They were probably busy doing normal people stuff when Musk started going off the right-wing deep end. You know, until recently, you had to be chronically online to know that Elon became a shitbag. Remember when he called that heroic cave diver who saved a dozen children a pedophile?
Did he?
That was weird.
That was okay.
I actually have no idea why he did this. He got sued by the guy and had to pay him loads of money.
Fuck.
Elon.
Sounds like the system worked in that case. Yeah.
Well, yeah, exactly. The system absolutely did work, but like it was a weird thing for him to do. I won't lie.
That was weird as hell, but it didn't make the news the same way destroying the federal government has. But now,
yeah, but that's based.
Yeah,
that redeems him.
Yeah, calling a man a pedo who isn't is bad. Destroying the government is good.
Yeah,
that's pretty simple, actually.
It's literally that simple, Adam.
Yeah, there's no difficulties in interpreting that.
Now that the Musk is out of the bag, countless liberal and left-wing Tesla owners are so embarrassed to be seen in them, they're either selling their cars or buying anti-Elon bumper stickers to let people know where they stand.
And okay, at this point too, though, aren't you just admitting that all of this was just a virtue signal at that point?
But is it embarrassment as well? Like, isn't this the same as putting up the sign during the Black Lives Matter protest saying, "I'm a single mum who supports Black Lives Matter. Please don't burn my business."
Fear.
Yeah.
Yep. During the Summer of Love, putting up big signs outside going, "This is a bookstore."
Yeah, please don't burn my business.
Black-owned business, don't burn. Yeah, like, unironically,
anyway.
when people are firebombing Teslas, maybe you do want to put a sticker on it going, ho, hey, I'm on your side.
Yeah.
Sorry, the NPC programming shifted so quick I couldn't sell my car in time.
Yeah, I can't afford to just get rid of my fucking car.
Apologies.
Yeah, I'm sorry something happened on Twitter. Don't burn my car, you freaks.
You remember like 10 years ago when we were like, my God, why is the news being sourced from Twitter? And today it's just like,
today I'm in favor of it.
Yeah.
You know?
It's like today your car will be firebombed unless you put a bumper sticker disowning tweets.
Yeah.
Fuck me.
And even then, that's no guarantee.
Stickers are literally flying off the shelves just like Elon's cars aren't.
Yeah, well, exactly. Because if there's a legitimate fear that a left-wing lunatic will fucking set fire to your vehicle...
Yeah. We're such voracious terrorists.
Yes,
that you have to do that.
We are such hyper-aggressive lunatics that you need to bumper stickers to declare your allegiance or have your shit vandalized.
Yep.
And this anti-Tesla backlash is not just an empty gesture. It's actually affecting Elon's finances.
That's true. It is actually terrorism. It's not just an empty gesture, correct?
Weirdly, if you go around burning things down, people are less inclined to buy the things you're going to burn down because they're like, oh, this isn't a great investment, is it? This is why Trump needs to step in. Full force of the law. There can be no fucking tolerance of this.
Before all this happened, Tesla's stock was already ridiculously high. It had a price-to-earnings ratio more than 9 times any other car maker. That means the stock was valued far higher than it should have been compared to how much revenue the company actually generates.
And that was because the entire world has been going, no, electric, as a mantra.
Yeah.
Why? Well, that insane valuation seemed to come from the hope by investors that Elon would revolutionize the entire transportation industry with advanced AI and robotics.
No.
No. It wasn't that, was it?
Nope. It was
Adam,
none of
you
that.
fucking liar. It wasn't that. It was that global warming was going to kill us all, and Elon was producing electric cars. You fucking liar.
It was that we were going to ban all petrol cars in the next, 5 to 10 years. That's why.
2030. 2030, Adam.
That is why. Every government on Earth was going, we are going to buy enormous quantities of electric cars because if we don't, crazy people will terrorize us.
Adam, yeah, exactly. And yeah, no, that's exactly it. It was going to be terrorism for using petrol-powered cars instead. You're such a fucking liar, Adam. You're a liar, a disgusting, vile, and fat liar.
That's why Elon was constantly holding these ridiculous, gigantic events where he announced often fake products that Tesla was not even selling or even knew how to manufacture. Like we covered in one of my other videos, the advanced robots that Elon showed off last year were literally being puppeted by a teenager in the next room over.
And that was last year. Again,
yeah.
The governments of, by your own words, Adam, the governments of the world did not see this massive increase in Tesla stock because it lasted a year.
Are you fully autonomous right now, or are you being controlled by a human?
Wait. Oh my god, this dude is dumber than I... Yes, Adam. Training AI from human... Yes, this is not puppeteering. This is showing the AI what emotion look like. This is how we train AI.
Well, that's fucking stupid.
Fucking tard. Yeah, this is how you program them, you fuckwaddle.
I am not fully autonomous yet.
That's not the future. It's just the animatronics they have at Chuck E. fucking Cheese.
You're retarded. Legitimately.
And you're wrong.
Ironically retarded.
So here's an interesting, right? I haven't read this yet. I've just read the first couple of pages, like the first couple of paragraphs. But apparently in 2016, he was trying to debunk Tesla's cars. And so you got places like The Verge, again, very progressive, who are like, no, Adam, you're wrong about that.
The Adam ruins everything take down electric cars is wrong because it's built on lazy research.
Wow, just like everything else. I mean, the thing is, notice how they're being very charitable here. No, he's lying. He's just lying. He's just lying, actually.
Why bother attacking electric cars and the people who want to buy them? Man.
Adam didn't come out and was like, well, he's a Nazi, right? We all know he's a Nazi. Didn't come out and say that, did he? Weird.
Strange indeed. Strange indeed.
Elon doesn't really sell cars to Wall Street at all. He sells a science fiction fantasy of unlimited growth.
You know what? That is indeed the green future. Correct.
But that's also not what he's selling. He's selling emission-free vehicles, which is what all of you woke pricks wanted.
Yep. Well, he's selling the left the fantasy that they want of, hey, we can just have nothing but electric vehicles. We don't have the infrastructure to support them. We don't have the energy production to feed them or anything. And we aren't going to build anything nuclear. But it'll work out, trust me.
And there's probably not enough lithium on Earth for it, but whatever.
Details.
But every time the bill comes due and he actually has to show the product, he says, oh, no, don't worry, that's coming soon, and I'm going to invent something even bigger next year. But
he has indeed... Okay. I will say this about Elon. He has done a fine job of screwing countless governments out of unfathomable quantities of money.
Very true.
Which might be why he's ideally suited to becoming Doge, because if anybody knows how to screw the government out of money...
Good point.
It's Elon. He knows what to look for.
Yep, true.
Now, it seems like investors are finally wising up to Elon's vaporware grift. Because since December 17th...
Vaporware? Vaporware is when you produce something that doesn't work or exist. Tesla cars are really nice cars. I have ridden in them. Like, they work really well. Like, Dan has one at work. He bought one the other fucking day. Like, they actually have self-driving on them as well, which is freaky, absolutely freaky.
And
What
again,
fucking vaporware?
like, okay, so he's making two arguments for the same thing. So a moment ago, people weren't buying Teslas because they were run by a Nazi. And now the argument is people aren't buying Tesla because they're not real?
Yeah, because they don't work or something. But no, they seem to be really nice cars. And I tell you what, man, it's a very smooth drive. You know, they are very comfortable cars.
Like, he was right to begin with. The reason why Tesla stock is dipping is because you're setting fire
Terrorism.
to them.
Tesla has lost half of its value. And Tesla isn't just struggling in America. It's
Yeah, but hang on a
European.
second. Hang on a second. You just said it was overvalued by 9 times, right? 9 times what it was, which put it like way ahead of the other ones, which are like maximum at 3. So if it's down to 4.5, it's still the most valuable one. Is that correct?
Sounds like it.
Right. So I mean, that's really not that bad.
Sees the question. Fire is the answer.
Sales are almost non-existent. That headline, by the way, is from this video's sponsor, Ground News. You know, I use...
Yes, communist. Chill. Further.
No. Yeah, well, I mean, just a quick thing. There's nothing wrong with Ground News. They're actually a fairly decent organization. We actually use them a lot of work.
I'm sure you do, but I love how every single fucking video I've ever done of progressives, it's always sponsored by fucking somebody.
Yeah. And that's fine. Let them live their capitalist dream.
The fact that Tesla is struggling as a business means that Elon is suffering personally. He lost almost $30 billion in just one day. And
he's still the world's richest man.
But he didn't lose $30 billion, did he? Like, it wasn't that he had $30 billion in his account and then, oh, that's gone now. No. What he had is, on paper, a hypothetical valuation of the company, and that has gone down. He didn't have money. That, you know, no one took anything from Elon here. It's just the value of his company has changed, and that's fine. But this goes to this speaks to the entire problem with the way that the leftists think of wealth. Right? They think that literally this is Scrooge McDuck who has just lost, you know, 30 billion out of his pot of gold.
Yep.
Like, Elon's day-to-day finances have not changed at all.
No. In fact, one of the primary reasons why Elon even takes money out of his companies these days is to pay taxes.
Yeah.
Because Elon...
And that's nothing is... Sorry, go on.
Like, Elon has so much money, he doesn't care.
Yeah.
The money that is in Tesla is frankly irrelevant to him at this point.
And it's so clear as well. You know, the money is just not something he thinks about. And why would it be?
Yeah, and if it was something he'd think about, he wouldn't have bought Twitter. And he certainly wouldn't have engaged in this government scheme of his with Trump, one of the most unpopular men in the fucking world.
Yeah.
Again, you cannot accuse Trump or Musk of doing what they're doing because of greed for money, of all things.
That might not seem like a big deal since apparently he's still worth $301 billion, but losing all that value in Tesla is an enormous problem for Elon, because here's the secret about his finances. He doesn't pay for anything using cash. He pays for what he buys using Tesla stock, and
Yes, that's literally high-level financing. You usually pay in bonds, stocks, promises, loans, etc.
Yeah.
Usually, because here's the thing. If you are running a business like Tesla, which, you know, the income's in the billions and so on, if you spend billions of that on something, you will actually dip your stocks because you have devalued the company. It is better to either borrow that money for the investment or trade it in for things of other value instead of purchasing things.
Yeah. But Adam doesn't know any of this.
Understanding that Tesla stock will continue to rise. That's literally how he could afford to overpay for Twitter. So if Tesla stock is crashing, that gives Elon less literal power.
Twitter. He didn't value Twitter. I love that he's talking down Twitter now. So, oh yeah, really? He didn't like Twitter when it was on your side.
Of course not.
In the world, in a real way. You know, we think of billionaires as being omnipotent and untouchable.
What?
Do we? Do we?
What an amazing admission. We think of billionaires as gods. Yeah, you do. You fucking do. That's exactly right. You do. Which is why they were like, well, Elon, why don't you spend like 300 billion or whatever to cure world hunger? Because it won't work, you prick.
Oh,
because
yes.
he's not God.
The UN or whatever who tweeted at him like, if I can get $100 billion, I can solve world hunger. And he was like, okay, I'll give you the 100 billion if you can show me the plan. And he's like,
yeah,
well, I don't actually have a plan, but I'd still like the money, please.
Obviously, there's no plan.
Obviously not.
And the thing is, and this is another thing, why don't you ask George Soros or Bill Gates?
Oh, who knows?
They've got the same amount, well, not the same, but they've got that much money. They can do it. You could ask them, but you don't. You only do it to Elon because you know this is bullshit and you're just trying to hurt him. For fuck's sake, you're so transparent. Fucking shit heels.
But the amazing thing is that the sustained protests at Tesla actually seem to be hurting the richest man in the world. Check out.
Yeah. If you start burning people's properties, that will indeed damage property.
Yes.
And property value.
Yeah, that will incredibly reduce the value of something.
This clip. When this news anchor asked Elon about Tesla, he literally seems to be holding back tears.
You giving up your other stuff? I mean, how are you running your other businesses?
With great difficulty. Yeah, I mean...
But there's no turning back, you're saying?
I'm just here trying to make government more efficient, eliminate waste and fraud, and so far we're making good progress.
Oh,
but okay, he is immediately now going to give the worst take imaginable, but that makes Elon a fucking hero. Okay?
Yeah, that is the most humanizing thing he could have done.
Yes, that is martyrdom. That is him like, hey, so you were the richest man in the world. How are you running all of your other businesses? Like, well, it's hard. I'm trying to fix the US fucking government at the moment.
Yeah.
I am literally pillorying myself for a greater cause, and the leftist goes, well, that's pathetic. Why don't you chase profit, Mr. Elon?
Yeah, I mean, literally, you're a godlike billionaire in our minds. You know, how can anything be a problem to you? It's like, because he's actually a person who's just very successful.
Oh my god. Okay, let's hear the communist take.
Oh, buddy, you're so busy destroying the government, you don't have time to do your real job. Even billionaires can't have it all.
Literally. Literally, he goes, oh, you're too busy trying to fix the government to pursue profit.
Heresy's the question.
Yeah, I mean, like, everything about what Adam is saying here is just destructive to his own argument.
Annihilating. It's like, yeah, okay, your argument is Elon Musk is evil. Meanwhile, Elon Musk is like, yeah, no, I'm taking on enormous sacrifices to try and fix this broken fucking system that is paying trillions in interest payments every year. And Adam's argument is, oh, that's so sad. How dare you do that?
I hate you. Yeah, I hate you. This is amazing.
Fucking hell.
Just honestly, the worst fucking people. These are the worst fucking people, man.
You know, this clip could almost make you feel bad for the guy, but Elon...
Yeah, and yet you're still attacking him. And you're like, no, I'm gonna destroy him because he's a god. And if there's one thing I do, it's tear down gods. It's like, but he's not a fucking god, you retard. He's a normal guy. And he's just really fucking successful. That's what I like about Elon, to be honest. He's kind of a spurg, you know? He's just fairly normal. He likes playing video games, you know? And he's like, right, well, I'm going to do the right thing because it's the one chance we've got to try and save the United States from itself, from its own fucking debt. No one put it on it, you know, did this to itself. And all Adam could do is try and destroy him, encourage terrorism against him.
Because he's an enemy of the side now. Like, Revolve Ocelot in chat there says it exactly right. Elon could cure cancer and they would hate him more. Precisely so.
Yeah.
Like, this is go back to the previous video of the empathy being just a weapon just a tool. They will say any lie necessary.
Yeah, because I mean, yeah, let's return to the conversation about empathy. So is Elon a person? Does he deserve empathy?
Of course not. He's rich.
Yeah, exactly. He's a godlike billionaire. He's not a person. He's a god.
Fucking chose this. He didn't need to do this. He could have spent his whole life being the rad guy who makes sick cars and has tons of money.
Yes! That's right, Adam!
Point, you
That's to his fucking credit!
He could have continued to just be the capitalist you profess to hate.
Who the left used to praise all the time, by the way. Blah, blah, blah. Like, mad. Absolutely mad. Like, Adam is literally describing heroic self-sacrifice for the noble cause of saving the United States. And he's like, you fucking idiot. Why aren't you a selfish billionaire?
Yeah, why aren't you a selfish billionaire? What's wrong with you?
Yeah, exactly.
Like,
this
it also
guy is
does,
a fucking idiot.
It speaks to the complete incapacity of the left to make sacrifices, though.
Oh, God, yeah.
To the point where they mock it when it's being done. They can't even recognize the sacrifice.
Yeah. He doesn't understand it. He doesn't understand it. And it's like, you almost feel sorry for him. It's like, yeah, I do feel sorry for him. And honestly, Elon, me personally, right? My personal situation, restoring me to Twitter and then monetizing Twitter, that Elon has done me massive good turns, man. Elon would have to do some pretty fucking heinous shit for me to be like, yeah, I don't like Elon anymore, because he has personally helped me, and tens of thousands of other fucking people. It's crazy how actually useful Elon has been, and that's before he joins Doge and starts cutting government waste to the tune of 200 billion, which now doesn't have to be sucked out of the taxpayer. Like, it's fucking crazy how much good Elon's done. And that's not the same thing about Teslas. Like I said, I don't know anything about the environmental stuff, but let's assume that it's all correct. Well, isn't the guy producing loads of electric cars a really useful guy then?
Well, it was until he had the incorrect opinion.
Yeah, when it turned out he didn't want a fascist government. Oh.
And again, with examples like the limestone mines of retirement, and the oil paintings of the ivory tower, there is simply no argument against Doge.
Yeah, no, there literally isn't. It's the most necessary thing. And I can see why Elon's taking it so seriously.
He could have just kept being a legend, but instead he decided to go right-wing and destroy the federal government and
do the right thing. He decided to do the right thing. Why is these selfish, destructive shit like me, says Adam. Fucking hell, this is incredible. Incredible.
How dare he sacrifice for the greater good? I'm a communist. I don't understand.
Going back to the true justice is doing things for others. Like, Jesus Christ. Like, we're going to have to build a fucking statue to Elon when this is all over. A massive one. The benefactor of mankind. That's what we can call him. Genuinely. The benefactor of mankind.
Make everyone in America hate him. That was his choice, and now he's paying the price.
Everyone in America doesn't hate him. It's just a bunch of shitlibs who hate him.
Yeah, no. Trump's approval rating is up.
It's positive. For the first time ever, it's positive.
I mean, this is having such a big effect on Elon that his best buddy, the president, Donald J. Trump, actually decided to take a break from driving up egg prices to hold a let them...
Egg prices are down, actually.
Yeah, and Trump wasn't the one who drove them up. It was fear of avian flu.
Yep, which saw tens of thousands of chickens be killed.
Yeah, so, I mean, nothing to do with Trump, and the prices are down. So, Adam, once again, and this is, I hate to keep saying this word, but you're lying. It's another lie, Adam.
Eat Tesla's press conference in front of the White House.
It's very safe, it's very strong, heavy, it's all steel, stainless steel. So I have a lot of information, including the price.
Yeah, the president is still electric cars. Remember who else did that? Biden.
Yeah. Yeah. Like, sorry, we're in favor of saving the planet?
Let's see. There we go. Yep. Biden paraded electric vehicles at the White House when he drove the Jeep Franklin 2021.
Yeah, good point. Oh no, Adam.
Whoopsie poopsie.
Oh God, Adam, how does this keep happening to you, brother?
I want to make a good deal here. You know, I do notice this. They have one, which is $35,000, which is pretty low.
I mean, all you can say to this is, holy shit, Trump.
Yeah, he did exactly what your guy did, and now you're criticizing him for it.
Yeah, there's literally nothing wrong with this because you've already been down this road, Adam.
Is such a bad used car salesman. He does not even realize how out of touch this sounds. You know, it would literally take a minimum wage worker over 600
Sorry,
days
go
of
on,
work,
go on.
pre-tax, to earn enough to buy that fucking car.
Yeah, okay. So he's not selling it to minimum wage workers. Duh. He's not selling Teslas to minimum. No kidding, Adam. So, minimum wage workers are not the fucking only people who exist, Adam.
Not to mention, even then, that is less than 2 years to be able to afford a car. Now, that is, of course, before expenses like food, like blah, blah, blah. But we do cars aren't actually luxury products, particularly brand new cars.
I was going to say, in America, they're not. They're kind of necessary. But brand new cars are definitely luxury items. But the thing is, I love that Adam's acting like finance doesn't exist.
Yeah, loans.
Yeah, I'll pay like any car that you buy, you pay like, a few hundred a month or whatever for like, 24 months or however long it is, and then you pay the car off that way. This is completely normal. All dealerships do it.
And again, having a brand new, big brand car is not a human right or a necessity.
Well, let the British government correct you on that with that fucking Motability scandal.
That's true. If you're autistic, then it is a right.
Yeah. Are you feeling some anxiety? A brand new BMW is a human right at my fucking expense. God, I hate these people so much.
I'm a right-wing YouTuber. I deserve one.
Yeah, if anyone's anxious, I'm fucking anxious.
I feel anxiety every day. Give me a car.
Yeah, log on. Have YouTube fucked me again? I'm not even joking. It's genuine fear.
The same week that Elon fired thousands of Americans and Trump instituted...
And again, I love how we're now appealing to nationalism. Now it's thousands of Americans. No, thousands of federal employees out of a employment pool in the millions.
Yeah, totally true. Totally true.
The tariffs that are...
And again, it's like the example with the park ranger we talked about like weeks ago. I am sure it sucks for the person in question. If it was possible, I would have preferred if Lisa, the park ranger, had kept her job, but we can't afford it. It's simple as that. Reality doesn't care. Budget doesn't care. Simple finances, plus minus, does not care.
Have you considered that reality is oppressive and racist and blah, blah, blah?
I have, and it's the best part of reality these days. Reality is forcing the left to do things it doesn't want to.
Yeah, that's true.
Also, how Trump's tariffs could bring a spiked gas pump price and heating bills. Actually, gas is under $3 again for the first time in like a decade.
Yeah, because remember, it was Biden that pumped up the gas prices, and Trump had got them to literally like record lows. And he'd made America petrol independent as well. So it's just like, what are you... anyway, don't worry. Adam's lying again, don't worry.
So that can kind of simply just be the retort at this point. No, he's lying again. Moving on.
Yeah. it's literally just, again, he's lying.
They're going to make life even more expensive for the entire country. They have the gall to ask Americans to buy their fucking cars? Get the fuck out of here. But
what do petrol prices have with electric cars, by the way?
Great question. But why? Sorry. sorry. So okay, let's assume that the government does have to do something that raises prices. Why would any company that works with the government is then not allowed to ask the American public to buy their product? That's a lot of companies.
Mm.
Even more importantly, we have to recognize that this is pathetic. I mean,
Biden was pretty pathetic. I agree.
But also, I'm just hearing what he's saying is this is pathetic. Yeah, I agree, Adam.
These guys are supposed to be the most powerful men in the universe. Trump is the
universe, boy.
But I love that he's like, they're the most powerful men in the universe. And it's like, yeah, in a way that's technically correct, right? America being the most powerful state, being in control of the most powerful state, makes you technically the most powerful men in the universe to the best of our knowledge. Yes, that's true. That doesn't make them gods, Adam. The state is not God. It can't turn back time. It can't unmake reality. You know, they're still bound by the temporal, corporeal nature of what it is to be a fucking man.
Fuck all of that. They don't have the power to stop a fat communist lying about them and encouraging terrorism against them.
Yeah, weirdly enough, that's somehow not something they can do anything about. I mean, seriously, Trump absolutely should be cracking down on this. Just absolutely, just fucking... I would go completely fucking ham on it.
President of the United States. Elon is the richest man in the world, and they are out on the White House lawn hawking products like Billy Mays and the ShamWow guy, and they're even on just as many drugs. I mean,
just like Biden. Yeah.
Yeah, I was about to say, how many drugs do you think Biden was on?
Yeah. Oh my God. Yeah. I dread to think.
And these guys are supposed to be so much more powerful than you. But a few days of low stock prices, and they're begging you to spend 35 grand on one of their dumbass cars. Trump and Musk are fascists.
Why is he obsessed with power? Like, are we not trying to make sure the United States doesn't collapse in its own debt?
Well, the beauty of this, of course, that now he declares them fascist, right?
Yes, by any definition.
Any definition, they're fascist. So, this, by the way, is classic socialism tactics. Our enemy are unbelievably powerful, the most powerful in the universe. And they're also incredibly weak and incredibly incompetent.
Yeah. Yeah.
This guy has read Mein Kampf many times.
but also, yes, they're all fascists, yes, because they want to stop the governments from spending so much money. So there's just, and he literally said by any definition, right? Mm-hmm. It's like there's just not a definition of fascism that includes this. Like, no definition of fascism is cut government waste. Absolutely none of them. That's just, it just sounds so remedial, but it's just, there's just not the case.
But first and foremost, they're grifters. And that means
okay, Adam, this man is not an intelligent life form. Just 3 minutes ago, he was talking about how Elon had given up everything monetarily to do this. And he was calling him an idiot for giving up billions of dollars to do this. And now, he's a
grifter! It's genuinely funny. Actually.
This man is a vegetable.
Funny. Yeah. But genuinely stupid. And he assumes his audience is just as stupid as well.
I mean, I presume they are at this point. Fuck.
Yeah, they probably are.
But it's like, this is not an intelligent position to hold.
No.
The man can't go 3 minutes without contradicting himself.
Yeah, you would have to be a genuine moron to be a fan of this guy.
Depend on us buying their garbage. From X premium subscriptions.
Congratulations. You just described the entirety of the modern day capitalist system.
Yeah. But also, again, I've been in Tesla's cars. They're lovely.
To Patriot Bibles made in China to meme coins. They need you. They need you to buy their bullshit so badly that Trump literally wants to make it a crime not to buy a Tesla. Think about that.
Starting to think that this claim of godlike power was overblown.
It was a bit exaggerated.
Yeah.
Mm.
Yeah.
Trump is so upset about the richest man in the world's falling stock price that he thinks it should be illegal for you not to give him your money. And they don't just need your cash, they need you. Did he say that?
No, I think it was complaining about people attacking their cars with, Molotov cocktails or something.
Right, so Trump was complaining about terrorism.
Which
seems like a fair thing to complain about.
Elon's entire fortune, his overvalued stock, his social media influence, all of it has been based on being idolized, on being described as the real-life Iron Man, remember that? On being loved by the public, but...
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And still is, by and large.
Yeah.
Now, according to polls, 53% of Americans have a negative opinion of Elon, and that's a huge number.
47% of a positive.
50% of people living in cities don't like Elon Musk.
Okay, yeah.
Considering that research shows that if even only 3.5% of a population engages in nonviolent protest,
nonviolent protests are twice as likely to succeed as armed conflict. What that doesn't tell you is that that's because insurrections against the state are really fucking hard.
I mean, are we likely to see any non-violent protests from the left?
No, not really.
Because Adam hasn't actually shown us any yet.
And also, non-violent protests. The left doesn't really engage in non-violent protests. In fact, the only ones that has been successful in non-violent protesting has been the right. It is the right that has energized the grassroots against Bud Light, for example. The right has energized the grassroots against Disney. The rights are the one who are dictating culture right now, and they haven't needed to set fire to a single fucking thing to do so.
Yeah, no, that's absolutely true. The right has actually completely mastered nonviolent protest. I mean, in Britain is a great example. Think of Tommy Robinson's rallies that were happening all the way through the summer until, of course, he got targeted by the government and sent to jail for, honestly, what I think is a fairly unfair court case. These had tens of thousands of people attending. Tens of thousands. The biggest one at Trafalgar probably had up to 100,000 people attend, right?
And how many shops were burned?
None. No vandalism, no crime whatsoever. Like there's the odd a person has been arrested for engaging with the police, but you don't know what's happened there. And a lot of the time that was counter protesters who were getting arrested, right? So it's okay, so for those numbers, I mean, obviously nothing got burned, no one got stabbed, no crime happened, and look where we are.
Let's see. Police arrest 8 out of protest led by former EDL lead Tom Rose in Manchester City turned nasty. Eyewitness report that smoke cans and bottles had been thrown as EDL style protest led by Tom Rose and clashed with counter-protesters. So let me translate that.
That was in 2017 as well.
Yeah, and let me translate that from leftist. Counter-protesters assaulted the right-wing protesters.
Yes.
That's what it means when they go clashed. Because if it was the right-wing attacking, the title would be thus: Violent, evil right-wingers assault peaceful counter-protesters.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
So hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands show up in England. No shops are burned. No cars are destroyed. Weird. Downright strange, in fact.
Political change happens. So if just a fraction of those people sell their Teslas, or show up with signs at a dealership, or vocally refuse to buy Elon's bullshit, it makes a fucking difference. Trump and Elon are like Tinkerbell. Their power comes from you believing in them. They need your money, your approval, your complacency to win.
I'm sorry, did you miss the fact that Trump won an election a few months ago?
Yeah, Trump has all the executive power he needs for the next 4 years.
Did you miss that he won Congress, the House, the presidency, literally everything?
The popular vote?
This kind of slipped past. Like, the only thing that Trump needs to do to finally cement the victory is to finally look at, go, okay, we seem to have a great deal of domestic terrorism in our country. Why is that? Well, Mr. President, there turns out there's a lot of people urging for attacks on Tesla dealership, urging for assaults on public officials, etc. And maybe we should do something about that. Yeah, who knows?
Seems like a reasonable thing to do. In fact, it seems like it'd be irresponsible not to do it.
Stop buying into them, they die. These guys are fucking weak. They have everything.
The gods, the masters of the universe. But they're really weak. Don't worry about it.
I mean, he makes it sound like he's from Road to El Dorado. You know, gods can bleed. So then they didn't say they were gods, bro. They didn't say anything like that. You're being hysterical.
And they can't even stand to be disliked or live through a few days of declining stock prices without freaking the fuck out.
Wow, he's freaking out about his shit being firebombed. How unreasonable.
What a pussy. Get a look at this guy.
Everything that you've had to fight for, your job, your savings, your safety, they've had handed to them.
Shut the fuck up, everything you've had to fight for. Shut up.
And now they have made it clear that they think they are entitled to your money too, but they're not.
Sorry, go on.
The harder you do, the more you protest, the more their stock price drops, the more you turn their fantasy into a nightmare. These protests work. Refusing to comply works. It is easy to see the future you fear as inevitable, especially when it's being sold to you by a couple billionaires, especially when the people you are up against are so rich and so powerful. But their fantasy of the future is not any more inevitable than ours. By working together, we have the power to...
What? No. Their prediction for the future is that if you don't cut government spending, the United States collapses. That is inevitable, right? It is totally unsustainable to run a deficit of... I mean, let me just check the clock, actually. Let me just check it, right? So, at the moment, the US debt clock, right, is 36 trillion. The Doge clock is 223 billion in savings, right? So where's the interest?
It's the one in the middle there with a warning sign behind it.
Oh yeah, it's $1 trillion.
Yep.
A year.
Yeah.
$1 trillion a year in interest in debt.
Yeah.
Like, what a fucking waste of money. Isn't he worried that, like, hang on, who's that going to? Sort of like bankers, right? Billionaires. But, you know, these are like hyper-capitalist institutions are just raking in $1 trillion a year off of the US taxpayer. Like, that's you, Adam. That's you. That's all of those people you're appealing to right now who all work in their stupid shitting jobs. That's you guys. Like, doesn't that bother you?
Any counter Doge argument is thoroughly destroyed by just bringing up this window. That's all. That's literally all you need to know.
Yeah.
And even then, $223 billion saved is not enough. It's not even close to enough. This number needs to hit 2 trillion in the next 5 years for this initiative to work.
Yeah.
It's that simple. It is that simple.
Yeah. There's nothing more to be said. You know, you are going to find your country go bankrupt.
And again, I love his point here, because he's going like, oh, if you stand up to the thing you don't like, it will stop happening. However, the left has been doing that for 10 years, ineffectively. The only thing the left has is violence and fear. Meanwhile, the right, who has been doing that non-violent protest, Disney is changing course. First Christian character since 1996.
Well, the right controls the US government.
Yeah, the right controls culture. It controls the government. It controls people. And all of this over the course of a 10-year-long struggle to gain these powers.
Yeah.
The only thing that the left controls anymore is the social media platforms.
Yeah.
That is why they still have the power to be on here. And the power to say, terrorism, good. Keep doing it.
Yeah. I mean, if this was any right-winger of any stripe, of any grade, who said this, that'd be instant deplatforming. They'd be gone off everything overnight. I mean, people have been deplatformed for far less than this.
For far less than urging attacks on dealerships, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a wonderful little video there.
Oh, it's incredible. Incredible how Adam is literally this cultish.
Wait, this was written by 2 people? Really? You needed 2 people to write something this retarded? Holy fuck, that's it. What the fuck? There's the entire staff behind this idiocy. Oh, of course, Patreon subscribers. Capitalism bad. Well, that was fun, if nothing else, I guess.
Yeah, it was amazing.
But also, I want to reiterate, this literally is the fascist position. This is the socialist position. Our enemies are incredibly powerful. They control everything. Yet they're also incredibly weak, and we can easily unseat them if we just do what I say.
Yeah.
This is the reason why the left does not regain any of its societal power, because it's evil. People have been able to recognize evil now. You can no longer make the argument that you're firebombing Teslas out of love and compassion.
No, because you set the narrative on Tesla.
Yep.
We need to save the planet. Okay, well, let's do that then. Oh, by the way, we need to now save the US government.
Yeah.
Or, it's like, from what? From not bankrupting the country. It's like, what? Why would we want to stop that? Because I hate Elon?
There's this guy, and he's destroying the US government. Oh, he's destroying the patriarchal white supremacist state? Hell yeah. No.
Yeah, no, it's all bollocks.
This is a bad thing now.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and NPC chip changed.
Literally, swapped it out. Look at that, chat. We're almost at 1,000 likes. More, chat. More likes. You must press the like button, or there will be more firebombings. That's just how it works.
Well, I mean, I think the firebombings are going to happen either way.
The firebombings will continue until morale improves.
Literally Adam's point, yeah.
All right, let me get moving on these the Superchats then, I guess.
Yep.
Amalgamite on Streamlabs, pay my monthly fee. Also, if I say an ounce of my ideas about Adam ruins everything, I would be banned, but I don't support terrorism.
Well, convert to leftism. You're allowed to support anything you want then, apparently.
Yeah, Amalgamite, you're Italian. You can embrace fascism's roots. Mercenary 10 asks, any amount of taxes is still too much taxes. The only amount of taxes that is acceptable is 0. Not only is all taxes theft, all taxes are a horrible scam. Well, I would like to agree, but you're going to need a military to protect you from the other people who do pay taxes, so.
Yeah.
There's always that concern. Murky product. As Gandhi said, first they ignored us, then they laugh at us, now they fight us, and soon we will win.
Totally true.
We might very well be heading towards that that very same thing, yes, because right now the left is getting desperate, and this is what I've been warning the right about too. Like, don't get crazy, don't start turning normies against us. Well, luckily for us, the leftist seems to be going even more fucking ballistic.
Stay sane. That's all you have to do.
Yep. Let them burn Tesla dealership. Let them attack infrastructure.
Let them give Trump the excuse he needs to outlaw whatever it is they're doing.
Yeah, literally. Give him a reason to go like, no, Hassan, you can't actually ask for the death of a fucking senator. Calm down.
Yeah, just because that's totally off the reservation. That's not acceptable. Like, that has to be prevented.
tree. Can I smell your feet?
Frisky Hunter, hey Art and Sargon, I hope you're well. As a fellow mountain monkey, I am no longer sure if FRP is best to vote for. Got any info on this Arch? So this is our sole sort of right-wing party.
Oh, yeah.
They're not ideal.
No kidding.
Yeah, they're not ideal by any stretch of the imagination. They're far too pussyfooty, but they're our only realistic option at the moment that is better than the right, which is just the left but slower in Norway.
Yeah. The same as the Conservative Party here.
Yeah. So our Progress Party, which is remarkably enough our right-wing party.
I believe it, yeah.
It's our best option because we don't have any other good options at the moment. That's sad situation of it.
And there's probably not a good option on the horizon, right?
Not that's viable, no. Boog, but Dev said the US government isn't corrupt.
Well, I mean, maybe Dev's in favor of the oil paintings. I don't know.
Yeah, maybe it raises employee morale.
I want government employees to literally have unlimited spending capacity.
Spoofer, stories like this is why the US is in so much debt. But if the US is doing it, what are all the other governments doing? Worse.
Yeah.
That and worse.
I dread to think what the British government's doing.
I mean, in America, you have the ivory tower, all right? But, meanwhile, in Brussels, we have the Tower of Babel.
Yeah.
The UN. So, it's... Yeah. There we go. There we go. The UN offices in Brussels, literally styled after the Tower of fucking Babel.
Yeah.
Like, listen, comparatively, like, your corruption is still within the government. We created its own government to manage our corruption.
Yeah, I mean, one of the things that UKIP constantly went on about when they were in the EU Parliament is the amount of fucking money that's wasted, right? So they were saying that, did you know that every 6 months or something, the entire Parliament gets packed up and sent to Strasbourg from Brussels because of some arcane treaty thing that was set 60 years ago? And so that, imagine how much that costs just every 6 months. Everything in everyone's offices gets packed up and sent to fucking Strasbourg. It's like, are you mental? But that's how it works.
That's how it works. Yeah, no, like, America's bad, but, like, we need Doge universally. Like, Doge needs to be such an enormous success that it becomes a rallying cry for other countries and parties. Like, no, we want Dutch Doge, we want British Doge, we want Norwegian Doge.
Yeah. And there's just no argument against it either.
Yeah, no. It's like, what, you're going to cut governmental waste? Oh, please, no.
Yeah, how could you? What's the argument?
What a terrible thing. Steel Manning. Oh, God, it scrolls again. I hate YouTube. I hate YouTube. I hate YouTube.
Can I smell your feet?
Where is it? Where is it? There it is. Bugoslava, I can't buy a damn house in my own hometown in Idaho, working a good job, and these ass clowns do this? I hate these people. I want them in jail.
Yep. No, it's literally where we are.
Bane the Pain on Rumble gives 5 subscriptions to the ArchCast. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you. Thank you very much.
There is a part of me that wishes this was just all bullshit. You know?
Yep.
I really wish this was just bullshit, but it's just such. It's totally unjustifiable.
The corruption must be punished. It must. Again, it's not enough to cut it. What should be happening is actual charges against these people.
Yeah.
Like, there should be public courts where they go like, this person wasted $200,000 fucking dollars.
Yeah.
Anthony, I work for the wrong governmental agency. If I use my card for anything other than fuel or take a lunch that is too long, I could be fired.
Well, you do work for the wrong governmental agency.
The thing
like
is,
the rest of them are fucking living high on the hog.
There are governmental agencies that actually do need to do jobs, that have actual work they need to do, and they usually run quite Spartanly, you know?
Yeah.
Because they have a budget, and they have something they need to achieve on that budget.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, those governmental agencies that were perhaps created because my cousin needed a job, a bit looser purse strings. Sheikh Silva, but corruption can't exist in the neoliberal institutions. The Lord State and holy media told me so. Please ignore all evidence to the contrary. Again, you know, civil servant should be an imposition. It should be like a military fucking service. It should not be something you should choose.
And it should be a general embarrassment.
Yeah, he works for the government. What's wrong with you?
I mean, it's literally in Starship Troopers, that's the case, you know? It's like, oh, right, you'd work for the government. Ooh, okay. I'm not inviting you to dinner.
Yeah.
It should be something that comes with a social stigma. Not even joking.
Lucian, Lum Lum is my safety blanket of good vibes. Hearing her tortured voice singing about Tootsies bring a smile to my face despite the government bullshit. Lazy Viking, our politicians are so hostile towards Trump. If his policies are a success, we will demand the same in Europe. Our politicians' dirty dealings, nepotism, and corruption will be exposed if we have a Doge. I do not dare to fucking think about the shit that might emerge in Europe if we had a Doge.
Oh, God. Well, the thing is, a lot of the stuff the British state does is public, right? So we already know how much fucking money, like under the Conservatives, we were spending like £600,000 researching, like, you know, gay fucking stuff, you know, gay studies and stuff like that. Like one thing would be like, okay, we spent 600,000 on this one thing, and then 600,000 on another thing, $1 million on this thing, and it's just like unbelievable. And this is the Conservative government.
Oh yeah, the amount of waste is just fucking hilarious.
Yes, unfathomable. It's unfathomable. And you look at, you know, if you're a normal person and you earn like 50 grand a year, it's like this is, you know, 10 years worth of my salary.
Lord Metalman. So the Helldivers 2 devs basically did a Paul Verhoeven. It's the fascism equals aesthetics argument all over again. Yes, fascism is when cool clothing.
No, in Helldivers it's not an aesthetic. Right, it's substantive. They literally manipulate democracy to get the outcome they want. Right, so it's in Starship Troopers, it's purely aesthetic. Because if you look at what substantively happens, there's no fascism involved. But in Helldivers 2, there is, and so the leftists can say, "Yeah, this is a leftist game." Yeah, I agree, this is a leftist game.
The UN in space.
Yeah, well, it's the EU in space specifically.
Wartuck-fied, the Fellowship of Doge is bravely fighting through the bureaucracy mines of Moria. The literal mines.
Yeah, literally doing it. Godspeed to them as well.
Tanatine, wondering if other people also have started seeing a lot of push of left anti-Trump channels on YouTube. I have been noticing a bit of it, but I think it might also just be the leftist fervor to hear justifications for why they should act like monsters.
Yeah, I don't think it's artificial. Like there is a constituency of leftists. You know, they do exist.
They do. Like there are evidence of artificial channels on occasion, but I don't know if this is necessarily it.
No reason to think it.
What was it? There was
Trick or treat.
There was a funny little video a while ago where the guy who said that BLM was a scam on some stream thingy. Did you see that? A rapper declared that BLM was a scam.
I didn't see it, but it was a scam.
Yes, it was a scam.
Yeah, but I didn't see that. No.
Yeah, rapper Lily Yachty, which is quite the name. Declared that BLM was a scam on one of his friends' like YouTube channel thingies, which is Quenlin Blackwell feeding starving celebrities.
Hey guys,
This channel is a beautiful example of what is probably a YouTube pushed channel, because you can see I have a tool here that shows me like the growth of channel views.
Yeah.
Does this look like a natural curve to you?
No, that's the push. You can see the pushes.
Yes.
And you can see when the pushes stop.
Yeah.
The views flatline until it gets pushed again. But the thing is, this is exactly the kind of channel that YouTube promotes. Do you remember their Black Creators program?
Yes.
Right. You can see why they are pushing this, right?
Yep. Because there are channels like this, like evidently, because this doesn't happen on regular channels. It's always just a slight growing curve.
Yeah.
And then there's channels like these.
Yeah, 100. I mean, like get up like my latest video, right?
Let's see.
My videos always have very consistent curves.
Oh yeah, this is the entire channel history, by the way.
All right, well get up my one and just compare it.
Let's see. Sargon.
I thought I'd give you.
Aha, yes. Yours look horrible because you weren't making videos for a while.
Oh, right, okay.
But here you see the exact opposite of the push.
Yeah, exactly. You can see the completely straight natural growth. Can you set the dates?
What I can easily do is I can simply show you Lotus Eaters, for example.
Ah, there we go. Perfect.
Natural organic curve.
Yeah, completely organic.
Yeah, that is what a normal curve looks like. It's a steady growth. As your channel gets more videos, as it gets more views, as it gets more subscribers, that is what happens to a channel. And it's basically every channel. You can see the same with Dev. Now, Dev with his drama, you've got some jagged edges, but still, mostly a curve.
Yep.
My own channel, again. Let's see. Bring that up. Curve. Always a curve. And then the YouTube algorithm channel.
Yeah. I mean, it's so obvious.
It is blindingly obvious.
Yeah.
So yeah, YouTube does do this. It absolutely does. But right now, I genuinely think that there's a great deal of interest on the left to be told that no, you're not a horrible person just because you're engaging in terrorism. No, don't worry about it. It is to soothe a lot of guilty consciousness.
Yeah, unironically, that's what they believe.
And it's also just coddling, because a lot of the left is very emotional. To them, everything is either going fantastic or it's doomsday, always. Yeah. And right now, it's doomsday.
Yep, totally true.
Trick or treat, can I smell your feet?
Let's see. Oh my god, YouTube, stop scrolling. I fucking hate you. Where were we? There. Taratine. Wondering if other people also have started seeing that push. Oh, that's right. Yeah, that's right. Down to go. Good day, Arch and Sargon. Thought on the Japanese government review on new Assassin's Creed, and are there any updates on the next RPG session?
The government's done a review on the Assassin's Creed.
Yes, the Japanese government is very upset with Assassin's Creed.
Based?
Yeah, they do not like it. Because one of the things is, a part of their constitution is still a holdover from the Second World War, where the emperor was declared to be sacrosanct. Mm-hmm. And in the new Assassin's Creed, Yasuke can fuck the empress.
Oh my god!
Which of course puts into question, it's literally the Ubisoft going, no. Your royal lineage, your sacrosanct royal lineage. We got a big black dude who cucked one of your rulers.
I mean, they literally. This is just anti-Japanese hatred.
Yep. So the Japanese government has actually had talks on what to do with the game, if they can or will just ban it. And hell, I hope they do it, because it really is anti-Japanese propaganda. Martin Sandal Exelson. Stories like that tower reminds me of Brita Nielsen here from Denmark stealing about 17 million USD from the pension fund and buying luxury homes in South Africa, if I remember right. Jesus. I had not heard about that. Yeah, here we go. Danish social worker convicted from embezzling $17 million. After years of financial hardship, she craved a life of luxury. Her remedy was to embezzle $17 million from the Danish state.
Well, who among us hasn't done that?
Yes. Let the man who hasn't embezzled millions from the government throw the first stone. What the fuck?
Here's me getting up every day and going to work like a fucking chump. I'm not serious. Like, every day I get up, I go to work like a fucking chump. Don't know what I'm doing.
Okay. Through 25 years of accounting... 25 years of accounting fraud. Right on the nose of her bosses, she managed to channel funds meant for Denmark's weakest citizens over to a private account. She then transformed herself into a member of a jet-set elite with access to every extravagance. She bought expensive horses for her daughter and multiple lavish properties, including a ranch in South Africa.
And what was this from?
Denmark.
Black Lives Matter. Oh, no, Denmark. Right.
Yeah. Social
like,
services.
Weren't any of her colleagues like, how is she affording these fucking private jets?
Apparently not. She was doing it for 25 years, so...
No one was like, how is she getting so rich? Why does she still work here? She's getting so rich.
I guess the ranch in South Africa was finally the moment when everyone around her was like, hold on.
If you've got a ranch in South Africa, surely that makes money.
Jesus. You know, again, I dread to hear the sheer amount of fraud that has been happening in governments across Europe. Like it, and again, she was doing this for 2.5 decades. Our society is so trusting that people can just do this for tens of years and just nothing happens.
It's genuinely mad. Genuinely mad.
It is absurd, and yet it's also real life. Someone needs to make a movie about this bitch. Jesus. Swatchhammer, I was told by a US Navy vet when the new year budget is near, the Navy literally dumps all their tools off the side of their boats to get the budget for tools. Full snap-on, really expensive sets. Insane Linguist, the problem is the moment Trump decides to crack down on this, the left will collectively go, see, he is the dictator we were telling you he is. Reminder, the left still has a monopoly on messaging. Yes, but here's the thing. Right now, everyone is cheering for Doge. They are cheering for the left getting cancelled. If Trump was to go like, no, you don't get to call for the death of a senator, I think the majority of people go like, yeah, fuck Hassan. Not to mention, can you imagine the content dump that the US government could prepare on half of these fuckers? You want to justify your decision to suppress Hassan Piker? How about 5 years of terrorist propaganda? I think it can be done. Alpha Omega, Soros, with Davos, funded terror to delay the Trump agenda. Can't just arrest Davos and George and their pasties. Don't know where the money comes from. Patsies, yeah. So Dev would find a way to argue that the FMCs living in the lap of luxury is a good thing. They buy a lot of stuff to stimulate the economy, would be my guess. Listen, those oil paintings, they really help out. I don't know what an oil painting goes for these days, but I bet it ain't cheap.
Well, yeah, I mean, Christ, who knows? Couldn't even tell you how much an oil painting costs.
Trevor Noah, I was the one who mentioned it, and I am glad you like it. Curry.
Heresy is the question. Fire is the answer.
Murky product. As Gandhi said, first they ignored us. I read that one. Oh, no, I've caught up to that thing. No, God damn it. Thank you. Thank you, YouTube, you stupid little thing. Matrix 07012. FMCS has a tiny budget. The claims of fraud are decade-old and have been addressed. The building has been used by them since 2016. Most serious claims of waste made by Doge are like this. Are they? I'd like to see more on that. Primark, the left can't use empathy intelligently. No. Well, it's because it's a stick. It's not intended to be logical. It's intended to be an emotional argument.
Oh, yeah. They're just here to manipulate you. That's all they're doing.
Logan Bergman, if I can save it from failure, then let the system burn. Horace. Sanddoom, don't forget where you can destroy historical shrines in Assassin's Creed Shadows and loot the Emperor's tomb for better armor. Yeah, that's true. You can desecrate one of Japan's most sacred spots because you need a new chest plate. Makes sense.
It literally just sounds like woke progressives hate Japan. That's all it sounds like.
Rex Butts, love the content, lads, but also curse you, Carl. Every time I see someone who doesn't speak English, I hear your voice in my head asking, why aren't they here? The little Sargon on the shoulder going like, why is he here?
Am I wrong?
I like that. Deans, as much as I really dislike Ubisoft disrespecting Japanese culture, I wish people would react this harshly to when European culture goes through the same treatment and much worse. I fucking hear ya. I do.
Yeah.
Rex Butts, also Arch, Carl's microphone's a little quiet. I know, I've been trying to boost it a little bit.
Oh, thank you.
Zen Gutterman, you should absolutely sue. There needs to be consequence for this kind of thing. Also, I predict that we'd get Weatherman 2.0, and it seems so. Dean's power and force is universal language. Use it. I mean, I don't even think that... I genuinely don't think most Americans would find it unjust to go, no, you don't get to be pro-terrorism. I'm sorry, but the terrorism will have to stop.
There's just no argument. You can't be a terrorist.
So, John, CEO of Ben & Jerry's, David Stever, fired. Oh, yeah, no. Ben & Jerry's is getting into a bit of a heated discourse now with their owning company because their owning company is looking at plummeting costs and more prices and sales. It's like, could you just shut up on social media? Could you just be quiet?
Interesting.
And Ben & Jerry's is screeching autistically, no!
I love that the biggest peddlers of vices are just the worst for everything. Like, oh, it's so woke. It's like, dude, you sell heart attacks. Fuck off. Your product is literally killing people. Shut the fuck up.
So locks on Doppelganger. UK peeps must revolt or leave. Voting won't help. This message not sponsored by either of us.
No.
Again, we don't have the we do not have the luxury of saying such things.
No, I'm 100% pro-democracy. We will vote our way out of this, actually. It's just going to be really, really unpleasant.
Hans F. Hey, Arch and Sargon, did either of you see Chaos Rising? A fan-made short movie set in the Warhammer Fantasy. It depicts Bretonnians attempting to repel a Norscan raid. I did not know.
No, I didn't see that.
I will put it in Google as well. You can watch it afterwards. Phoenix, Floridian here. There's a reason my family calls it Fort Misery. It's basically a haven for illegals and people who made dumb decisions in life. I mean, yeah, if they're crying about allowing law enforcement to do its job, I can see it. Ethan Rogers, I have found myself surprised by the sheer ignorance and arrogance of the average Euro has towards their military strength and position. Well, see, the thing is, like, Europe has a justifiable degree of pride in its military history and achievements. Like, Germany takes on the fucking world. France, one of the longest legacies of military might in the world. Britain, the largest fleet in the world, so on, so on. But
also, like, Americans have to remember that when America was finding its feet, like, the European militaries thought the Americans didn't really fight, right? We didn't take your military seriously. You know, like, the American Revolution was only possible because the French army intervened. Like, the European militaries were world class in militaries right up until about 1948.
Yep. And even in 1948, the only reason it wasn't world class was because Germany had finally lost a war to the entire fucking world.
Yeah.
And again, like, Europe has tremendous capacity for military power, and maybe we'll even regain that at some point, but we've been building it down till its current pathetic state. Spoofers, the suffragettes and their consequences have been a disaster for the human race. Oh god, there was recently a debate on Norwegian television where there were 3 women arguing about whether or not feminism should deign to fix men's issues.
Yeah, I watched a video on it.
I fucking hate that so much. It's like, okay, so men seem to be struggling after 20 years of feminism. Is the solution more feminism?
Well, you know, what we've got a very similar thing going on here, actually, because of this adolescent series that apparently is a big deal, which I've never watched. But they're all like, oh, then, and so we have, like, menopausal women talking to other menopausal women on TV, being like, well, why can't men just cry? That'd solve all of their problems. It's like, that doesn't solve men's problems. That solves women's problems.
Yes.
That doesn't solve men's problems. Men's problems are not solved by being women.
Unironically, women's solutions are not men's solutions, and vice versa.
No. And you will never understand why men are the way they are, either. Just so stop trying and just accept that when we tell you this is not the way, this is not the way. That's all you have to do.
Rex Butts, I'm suddenly remembering the Patriot Act is a thing. Yes. Amongst others. Dean Dolan 25 saw a whole Math X post that did.
Oh no, that's a great point. That's a great point. The Patriot Act is a thing.
Oh,
to be used against terrorists.
That's true. That would be kind of funny, actually.
I might tweet
that. So a whole Math X post that did a good job explaining how we're essentially run by school mamas who view Western nations as a bunch of kids unwilling to share toys with the rest of the class.
Yeah.
But teacher, I built this. I built this wooden house.
Yeah, but teacher, literally, I own this.
Yeah.
So, share it with Jamal. Why would I? Jamal broke his.
Jamal didn't even try to build his.
I went to Jamal's country and built one for him, and he broke it. and he told me to fuck off after building it. Again, Arch, you've got to remember, you know, maybe as a Norwegian, this doesn't naturally come to your mind. But trust me, as a Brit, seeing all these countries being shitholes is very galling, considering we made sure they weren't shitholes. Like, you should see pictures of Jamaica under British rule, or Pakistan, or all these. Obviously, they're gorgeous. They're fucking paradise on earth, man.
Yeah. Janovic, everyone Warhammer fans get a car. They're artistic too, it's true. Wef, greatest fear. Bureaucrats don't care about money. If they did, they would have more respect for blue-collar jobs. They are disgusted by the idea of serving others because they're descendants of disenfranchised nobility. Well, that's the thing. They do care about money. They don't care about your money. Oh, they care about their own money. That's for sure.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, their own money is very important for them, which is why they're screaming about USAID right now.
Yeah. They made sure they got theirs, but your money, that's budget. It's to be spent as rapidly as possible. Aliquus Vultesius, Arch, why do I have you at 100% volume and you're quieter than every other channel at 50%? I try to keep my volume at a decent level. Maybe that's it. Maybe I should just push it into the red zone more often. Just boost myself higher. Zoloxan Doppelganger, Christians need to respond like Islamists do.
No, don't do that.
Minister of Wrong Think, leftists can understand a man can manipulate a woman by exploring her empathy, but not realize governments can do the same to their people. Lol.
Ooh, good point.
UM536, I love how the caring Christian critics respond to the people they actually hate. Jesus called them to care for Ali Beth Stuckey.
I don't know who that is.
I think that was the woman he was talking about in the video.
Oh, right, okay.
Ikikrat, what I also hate is the leftist argument that Jesus' family were refugees, but they literally weren't, and some bleeding heart Christians entertain it. Yeah, no, they were
literally traveling for a census.
Yeah, they were traveling to be included within the census.
Yeah.
Iraqi oil money. I'm the only one in my family who refuses to get any government assistance, even though my siblings make more than me, but they hide it. They can go back. Blaze Stone. Dev response likely it's just 60 people who are corrupt and they should go to jail, but that doesn't mean all government is corrupt. But how were they allowed to get away with it for so long? How deep does the rot go?
The people who did not audit them are complicit.
Mm-hmm. I mean, at the very least, they're criminally incompetent.
Yeah, well, no, they're just complicit. They're complicit. They're all complicit. If you allowed this to go on for 25 years, you're complicit. Sorry.
Missing Jin actually being emphatic in the Bible, empathetic, is the Bible is only to a point. Matthew 10:16 says, be wise as serpents, but gentle as doves, not dumb as a rock.
Good point.
Dane Newell Bauer for $100. I missed that one. I tried to shout out the $100 one. I'm sorry. I hate this line of thinking. His view on Christianity, individualism, capitalism, and how they truly function is not only highly flawed, but disingenuous. It makes me angry, to be honest. Oh yeah, 100% disingenuous. It's not that... Or maybe he is too stupid to understand, but it's first and foremost just bullshit.
Yeah.
Again, they wouldn't use empathy as an argument against you if they didn't think you were empathetic.
And they also wouldn't use it if it wasn't disadvantageous to you.
Mm-hmm.
Like they would just be using. They wouldn't just argue in isolation for the thing they want. Everything they do when they engage in any kind of dialectic with you is to your detriment. They're trying to hurt you.
Daniel Newell Bauer, also New Vegas. Love both of you guys and have been watching you both since 2014. Keep up the good work of both of you and keep fighting the good fight. Thank you very much, sir. That's always nice to hear. It genuinely is. That we're not just shouting into the void here, you know?
Yeah, it's good to know.
Did you see the Twitch thought the other day who was revealed to have been view-botting?
I did say it, but I don't know who she is, so it didn't mean anything to me.
Yeah, me neither. I've never understood the point of view-botting.
Well, it's to pretend that you're more popular than you are, obviously.
I guess, but does that help you in any way? I don't know. Maybe people click on streams with larger views, I guess.
Yeah, I think it's that. I'm sure there is some advantage to it, otherwise they wouldn't do it, right?
Presumably. Oh yeah, here's the one. Number of... Okay, so she's view-botting 20 viewers for herself.
20?
20, yeah.
Well, how many does she have?
Oh, 20 seems pretty fucking pathetic, honestly.
Yeah, exactly. If I was going to view-bot, it'd be way more than that.
Yeah. I'd do 1,000 at least, Jesus,
yeah,
come on.
Exactly. Like 20? I'd be doing 10,000. What the fuck's wrong with you?
Okay, I think our channel got yetoed after... Yep, because it is a violation of terms of service, of course.
Yep.
Yeah, so I don't know how many she had, but 20. Why the... If you're gonna cheat a little harder, bro.
Yeah,
Come on.
Honestly, it's just weak.
I guess it costs money. You can only afford 20 bots views.
Oh, yeah, good point. Yeah, good point.
Huh.
I speak as someone who's never even bothered looking into it.
Yeah, I don't really see the point. I don't think the view bots will give me super chats, so I don't care.
Or likes.
Yeah, that also. Fucking hell. Need more likes.
Like. Subscribe.
I don't even know if you need to bother about subscribe. They won't tell you about my video anyways, but at least like it.
Yeah, that YouTube literally came out and did a video the other day. It was presented to like on the sidebar in your YouTube studio, saying, how does all this work? And so I watched this video. It's about 20 minutes long. And the guy's like, yeah, basically subscriptions don't do anything anymore.
Yep.
Oh, great. Thanks. Essentially a vanity metric.
Yes, it literally is. It's a vanity metric that matters for nothing. Like, the bell will send out notifications. That's about it. And even then, it'll do it most of the time.
Badly. Yeah. But the thing is, I mean, that can't possibly be true because, you know, when you post a video, it says, oh, this is getting the same number of viewers or this is getting more or less, meaning more or fewer people will end up seeing it. It's like, well, how does that work? You know, it can't just be that the subscriptions do nothing. So click subscribe.
Well, it's about the number of people who view them initially, because the way the algorithm likes to do things now is like it sees how many people check out the video in like the first few hours.
Yeah.
And then it pushes it out to more people depending on initial views. So, again, it's one of those systems which makes the rich richer and the poor poorer.
Yep.
It's not a good system, but it's YouTube. What can you do? Maleficus Shai Khan, Under the Sea. Art is drowning. Lumi's pouncing. Under the Sea. I can't wait for the Snow White movie to come out.
Well, I'm looking forward to it too.
Yeah. It sounds like just another nice big stick with which to beat Disney. Frog Jupiter, The Turn. The other cheek was in the context of Roman law, where they could only slap the Christian once and any more was a crime, using Roman law against them. I did not know that. Sadly, we are no longer bound by Roman law, much to our detriment. Mithril, they fundamentally can't comprehend charity and self-sacrifice, only power and force. It's why they can't understand Christianity. Unironically, I do believe there is something to that. Like, again, with the moral values system, right? If you place empathy above everything else, and empathy is solely for the out-group, you cannot understand somebody like Elon Musk who is doing something for his country. Like, they can't.
I think they could understand it. I think they just choose not to.
I don't could understand as in, I think, like a cat can understand what a food bowl is. That it gets filled up on occasion. It's why they're doing that now, like, America is under attack. Like, you're a communist. Shut up. You
the
don't
government's
care.
under attack? That's something they believe.
Yes.
My government. My precious government. So shut up.
Mr. Bob, 7370. If we do stop animals at the border, certain animals have caused and still cause huge amounts of damage when they get into countries they don't belong to. If only we had extended this to other groups of mammalian creatures as well. Mr. Comrade Yuri, we can save Europe, just have to have the Germans pervitin again. What is the worst to happen? Have you read about the Germans' use of pervitin, which was like crystal meth, basically, I think?
I have, in the tank crews and stuff like that, right?
Yeah. Fascinating stuff.
Yeah, I mean, you know, if you're losing a war, why not drug up your men?
Yeah. I think the use of pervitin has been wildly overstated, I think, in the Wehrmacht, because they just didn't have enough tablets to do what they claimed they did with them. But it obviously had a certain effect.
Yeah, probably. Yeah, no doubt. But either way, the fact they did it is pretty remarkable.
Yeah. Well, hell, it's like combat drugs. Lots of countries were experimenting with that. Artemis Fowl. Mercy is the absence of justice, for mercy is the staying of the hand of what once ought to do those who deserve it.
Yes, mercy is the prevention of people who deserve it getting what they deserve.
God,
mercy to the guilty is cruelty to the innocent.
I saw a tweet on Twitter the other day about a judge who had pardoned 3 immigrants after gang raping a 13-year-old girl.
Jeez, why would you pardon them?
Bright futures, I guess. I don't fucking know.
What's the purpose of pardoning these people?
They felt really bad about it, maybe?
Yeah, but it's surely just to cause more crimes later.
Yeah.
And what must they think when they get pardoned?
They must think
right,
that was okay.
Yeah, that the judge wanted them to do it, right? I mean, what else would you take from that? It's like, right, we did this thing, we got arrested, but they let us go, so this isn't a bad thing in this culture. When we do this to their children, this is not a bad thing to them.
Chat corrects me. They were put on probation. There you go.
As far as they're concerned, the same thing.
Yeah, same thing.
Like in their country, right, that would be a blood libel, right? That would be their fathers tracking them down and murdering them.
Unironically, yes. Straight up. That would be upon the family to find and chop their nuts off.
Yeah, literally string them up from the highest fucking tree is what would happen in their own countries. So imagine what they think of us.
Of civilization, when a dude in a powdered wig goes, no. I'll let you off with a warning.
Like, imagine how they perceive this. They must be like, right, I don't understand why I'm not being executed right now by a mob.
Mm-hmm.
And the thing is, all they can do is interpret from this that we don't care about our children.
What other thing could they probably pull from it?
Yeah, exactly. There's literally no other interpretation. And to be honest with you, I think they're right. I think they're fucking right about that. Like, I don't think they're wrong at all.
The abject fetishization of the outgroup. Cypher's Tarleton, his first super chat too. Thank you very much, sir. Re-establishing the empire is the end result of empathy. We can help more foreigners if we go to them, and they won't need to integrate. Change my mind.
There is a strong argument for that at this point, because they keep saying, "Oh, we want to solve migration at the source." And it's like, okay, then you're going to have to invade their country.
Yeah, I'll do it.
There's no other way to do that. You know, they keep their countries keep turning shit, and so that's the only. What other solution is there?
Bob Boarding name. The soy cuck speaks a lot about nothing. They do tend to do that.
Yeah. Common, many such cases.
I mean, it's unironically a common case of the midwit realizing something that everybody else has known for their entire lives and going, Eureka!
I do love the way that Adam kept making the point of Elon being a good guy without realizing he was doing it. Like, he's not even making money. It's affecting him as a human being, and yet he's still persevering. It's like, yeah, that's fucking heroic, mate.
He continues to sacrifice for the common good.
Yeah, that's fucking heroic, Adam. I know you don't understand the idea of heroism, but I do, because I'm not a fucking leftist.
King Spectre, I don't want to build a house for the guy who will treat my 11-year-old as an assassin. You're lucky if that's how they treat your 11-year-old. Barbarous rape monsters, the lot. Not all, hashtag.
Yeah, not all of them.
Harrison Jodit, am I the only one who noticed this little sleight of hand? Aristotle said justice is the only virtue which also happens to others, and he carried on, so virtue means wanting to help others.
Yes, correct.
Yes.
You've identified yet another lie. I hate to do this, but I've got to go to bed because it's midnight.
Okay.
So I'm going to have to leave you to carry these on by yourself.
I shall persevere.
Yeah, but thanks for joining us, chat. And I won't see you next week because I am away in America doing stuff. But I'll be back the week after.
Awesome. I'll see you then.
Right. Take it easy, man.
All right, chat. It's just you and I. It's just you and I now. Alone at last. I'll switch over there. Where was I? Brandon, sorry about the heavy Bible quotes. I've actually read scripture and church fathers' writing, and such flagrant lies offend me. Scorn, plus last 50. No worries at all. Let's add that to Scorn. I don't like how the Scorn Fund is going at the moment. I don't like Scorn. I don't like the look of it. It looks creepy to me. I don't like being creeped out. Karala, something important that all Christians remember is that a valid answer to what would Jesus do is get angry, flip the table, and whip people. Correct. Frog Jupiter, it's like a vegan Gaines who forced his cat on a vegan diet for the animal and it passed away a few months ago. Where's the empathy for the cat? The cat is America. He doesn't actually love the cat. He wants the cat to suffer then die. What can I say? Bob Wadding name, just working for money, work for the state. The state will take care of you. Yeah, not really. Like, if the state will buy you a car if you claim to be anxious, why are you working? Why are you working? And it's again, it's an absurd question, because if we don't work, we don't have anything. But in a society where some can simply take and take and take and have no consequences heaped upon them, it feels pretty bad to be the tard working, doesn't it? RS just got home and heard the news. Has anyone mentioned the announcement of naval combat in Bannerlord yet? Looks like Viking raids are back on the menu. Oh, have they now? Have they now? Bannerlords. Wars they have. What's this? Goddamn fucking commercials. God, I need to just change to Brave. I need to just go to Brave. What's this? No, let's not have the noise. I'll get copyright claimed. Okay. Nice. Oh, very nice. Yep, I like that. I like Bannerlord a lot. I like Bannerlord a lot. Like, was that a fucking cannon? Was that a cannon? That was a fucking cannon. Holy shit, that was a cannon. Is it a cannon? No, wait, wait. Is it? It's a scorpion. Is it a scorpion? I think it's a scorpion. It's a scorpion, I think, or a handgun. I think it's a scorpion. Yeah, it's a scorpion. Yeah, I fucking love Bannerlord. So if they want to add naval battles, I am all for that. I love the shit out of Bannerlord. I have played too much Bannerlord. I cannot be allowed to start playing Bannerlord, or I'll just spend another 300 hours in it and get no work done. Ramming action too. Very nice, very nice. I like that. I like that a lot. All right, well, I can sink another 200 hours into that then. Dreyfy, Scorn Fun, the horror game. Yep, that's the one. Chat wants to play that now. I really don't like it because it looks like one of those creepy games with creepy things in it. I don't like creepy things. It looks like an atmospheric horror games, the kind of horror games I react to the worst. WTF 1A1A Sargon, when are you gonna set your anime racism aside? Speak with Kirish about the bridge DI. Joke side, would be dope seeing you two chat. I will gatekeep access to Sargon for all anime people. I stand. It's an unassailable bulwark between Sargon and the VTubing world. I will only expose him to it when there's sufficient likes on this podcast. Bob Waddingham commented Stalin was just a friend to the USSR. He was. That's why he killed so many people on it. Harrison showed it, but Sargon, the NHS Delanda Est. Embrace it. Fucking NHS. But what name? No, we will hit dislike just to be contrarian. Hey, it's exactly the same as far as YouTube is concerned. So go ahead. That is one of the dumbest thing. The like and the dislike button does the exact same thing. The only reason why they removed the dislike button from being viewed publicly is because it made corporations look bad. That is the only reason why they did it. Because people could then look at it and go, hey, look, this latest piece of Hollywood slop looks like garbage. So Jard, an Irish content creator with nearly 2 million followers, deleted his Instagram because of abuse after he said that the immigration crisis in Ireland is real because McGregor talked to Trump about it. Star Sector and Vindaloo Curry. Well, I can't promise there'll be Vindaloo Curry, mind you, because I don't know if that's even a brand in Norway. But I will add it to the curry fund. So on the Lich, wow, I know that you love NTR, but showing all these cuckolds with a script is kind of rough. Without a script, Dev passes because at least we get a laugh in his face and call him out when he lies about obvious stuff. Mercenaries 21, someone clip art leaving and Sargon coming back. Mr. Rich, low pitch. Is there any literature on fascism that you recommend to get an idea of what it actually is and what Mussolini's positions and politics were? Let's see. What would be good on that? Well, there's, oh god, what's his name? The fucking, the Italian. Oh god. I have his name in my head. I even have a picture of his fucking face in my head. Giovanni Gentile. There you go. Giovanni Gentile. I just remembered it. Giovanni Gentile is a good thing to read on like the fascism, etc. Honestly, Gramsci, to a degree, is also a decent guy to read to get a grasp of what fascism is in the Italian context of things, because it is presented from the view of a fellow socialist who fundamentally agrees with the methods of fascism. He simply disagrees with the goals of fascism. So those are kind of the original ones. When it comes to actual, like, analytical critique of what fascism is today, honestly, there are very few people who really talk about it or do any sort of, how do I put it, like, an analytical thinking on fascism. Which is why the best definition of fascism remains to this day Mussolini's own, or was it Giovanni's words? Of everything within the state, nothing outside the state. Because fascism was a very briefly lived force of political theory. Only like, what, 30 years or something? 30, 40 years? It did not exist for a very long time. And these days, the definition of fascism is now universally created by communists, who tend to simply define fascism as everything and anything that isn't communist. Tunishi, the left believes humans are naturally immortal and only die because the capitalists murder people by denying resources and commodities. Why not? Bob Boring Name, are you going to make Yarovish animate the nude apron ArchX Sargon? Not the nude apron. Nude apron? The nude apron ArchX Sargon. Not yet, at least, but I might get him to animate something for the project I am working on here. I do like showing off this piece of art occasionally, as we do have a really, really cool thing in the works that is slowly but surely getting chipped away at in the distant background, growing bigger and firmer every day that passes. There's definitely room for Yanovich to animate something in this. 191 Redbird, did you see the man that shat himself so he could smear it on a Tesla? No, I did not see that. That sounds very progressive. Heatseeker, new mass email to government employees. Ask, name 5 Teslas you vandalized last week. Threadnought, most peaceful mass public executions. Adam Conover. They deserved it because we called them names before attacking them. Adam Conover. Yanovich, chat, tell Arch to pay me well. I need this 22 euros back. Oh, we'll see about that. We'll see about that. Dreyfus, to be fair, France and riots have been synonymous since 1790, and the revolution took an emperor to put a stop to it for a short time. Yep, only a firm hand can rein in the fucking French. Dreyfus, on top of all the stuff going on in France, wasn't there that French teacher that was really murdered by a terrorist beheading him? There's been so many beheadings in France, I'm not keeping track anymore, honestly. There's too many of them. Trevor Noah, are you going to play Assassin's Creed some more? Alien Isolation. I am planning on, yes. I also need to play a little bit of COH, though, to test how that is. We'll add that. Aliens. Insane Linguist. I see Adam is using the modern definition of fascism, anything I don't like. Correct. Netmantis. Don't support mid-century pagans. Drive coal-powered cars instead. Heatseeker, you know what country has a history of funding unrest protests in the West and has also been trying to take Tesla's share of the EV market? China. Indeed. There's another country that also really hates Japan and that has been trying to buy up Ubisoft for a while now. Just saying. Chrissy GPT donates $1. Thank you very much. Kittens, you guys should check out the box Against Empathy, the Case for Rational Compassion. Goes through how empathy is a terrible basis for public policy. I don't doubt it is a terrible basis for public policy. Brandon, Common Core and No Child Left Behind have done incredible damage to the US educational system. And scorn. Patrick Blanks, just once I'd like to see the right actually show these people how force is supposed to be used. I mean, the way they're pushing us, maybe we will. 191 Redbird. Ending his access to money enforced by men with guns from the government is worse than millions of people dying. Of course, because that's their money. It's not your money, it's theirs. Samson Quadev. Netflix is making white UK knife murder movie. Wouldn't surprise me. Is this a reverse race swap where a black guy knife murdered somebody and is white now? King Spectre, referring to the Declaration of Independence as Thomas Jefferson's fucking letter is so British it hurts. True, but also correct. Dreyfus, didn't Adam Ruins Everything go on Joe Rogan and come out not looking the best a few years ago? That's probably why he's upset with him. I wouldn't know, though. I have not seen him on that. God King Trump, can you guys discuss the Devish question at some point? He's becoming really unhinged. Arch Curry, listen, my position on Dev is simply that Dev is this creature that exists over there. And he does things that I largely disavow. But he does drive Superchats, so there's that. Wrath, old topic, but as an American, I find it interesting how many notable figures there are in our military history, even though it is small. Fire Emblem playthrough. Let's note that down too. There. Insane Linguist, the sharp drop of sales of electric vehicles in Europe is because the government stopped subsidizing them. Yeah, that would not surprise me. Kill Summers, the best part of this was that Waltz of Minnesota, the previous VP candidate with Kamala, was praising Tesla losing value, but a sizable amount of Minnesota's pension funds are invested in Tesla. Brilliant, as always. Another Texan Bull. This guy was on Joe Rogan podcast. He got stomped. Well, that does not surprise me, considering the level of intellect that he displayed here. Missing Jin, are you talking about the same Musk who went to a death camp with Ben Shapiro? Really? Oh, did he? I don't know about that. Steel Manning, Musk is easy to understand. Everything he does is in the service of getting human colonies on Mars. That's it. I could explain further if I have to. I largely believe you. He seems interested in going to Mars. And if he wants to go to Mars, well, having a strong United States at his back seems advantageous. Gola82, I hope Adam's communist dreams come true because you know what happens to useful idiots after communism take over. Particularly fat, complacent ones wearing gold chains. Communists are really fond of those people in particular.
Can I smell your feet?
I'm kind of happy Sargon didn't comment on the trick or treat, can I smell your feet notification. I was sort of expecting him, because he can hear what I hear, for him to just go like, I'm sorry, what is that noise? And I'd have to explain to him about Lam Lam's feet fetish. So Jod, Adam sees billionaires as gods because he's a Jew. Is he? Well, that does explain a lot. That does explain why he can't understand somebody throwing away their fortune for other human beings. Okay, all right. We're getting dangerously close to the YouTube terms of service here. But it suddenly makes a lot of sense now. For your information, US students perform better than students of the same ethnicity in the rest of the world. US Asians outperform Asians. US whites outperform Europeans. I don't believe that. The Europeans are superior. Steel Manning, when Adam ruins everything, that includes humanity. Berry Bruiser, if only Elon could just stay being an evil billionaire. This guy is a black hole of IQ points. He really does seem as this way. Neiman Beast, I feel nothing but contempt and disgust for these people after these 10 years, as should we all. The DC Titan, maybe he's not lying. Maybe he's just that retarded. That's always a possibility. A very strong one. Net Mantis, does Adam not realize the vast majority of new cars are about 35k US? That this is an electric car for the cost of an ICE sedan? I mean, in Norway, cars are a lot more expensive than that, like twice easy, largely due to governmental fees. Oh, holy shit, yeah, there we go. Oh, okay, Boog sent me this one from Netflix. This is how Netflix portrays a 13-year-old knifeman in the UK. Second image. So this is the Netflix portrayal. Exactly like I said it would be. This is the reverse Netflix race swap. The actual knife stabber, the Netflix version. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, that is Netflix. That is so absolutely Netflix right there. Fuck Netflix and everything for which they stand. Steel Manning, what do you mean? The right has sick burns. It does. It does. UC Patrol, America has a Bader-Meinhof complex. America has many complexes. This is but one of them. Also a bit of an Oedipus one. Yeah, no, I'll stand by that. It does have an Oedipus one. It really wants to fuck its mother, Europe. Stephen Knizek, Carl forgets that speech is violence, going to left, so Adam is saying that the right is violent every day by speaking every day. WMC Wolverine, it would kind of be nice if Dodge would sit their sources of all the government spending. Also happy to catch the Bridge Show live, and Arch, the Ultramarines are the best Marines. But are they now? If they are, why was their movie so shit? Normal man, leftist tactics have been reduced to the same tool as toddlers. Basically, me angry, do what we want. Or else I'll throw my toys out of my pram. Stephen Knizek, I wouldn't mind YouTube livestream ads interrupting my view if I knew that at least Art was going to get some of that ad revenue. Well, I do get some of it. Occasionally. Sometimes. Why, Hayden, we've had some victories. Did you see what happened to Greenpeace? Yes, there's not a whole lot left of it. Frog Jupiter, what do you think about replacing Texas with government bonds? Oh, taxes. Okay, I was starting to wonder there for a second. Anything is better than taxes, is my stance at the moment. Governmental bonds. It would be, sort of, but it would make trade difficult, I guess. Steel Manning, let the left go completely off the rails so Trump can invoke the Insurrection Act. Go full Lincoln, and he can let the purges truly begin. I hope so. Brandon, I thought Brussels had the eye of Sauron. No, but what was it? Let's see here. Ah, right, yes. So, you know the particle accelerator at CERN? Well, it has a statue of Shiva the Destroyer out front. Just saying. Just saying. Maybe unironically, there's a little bit of crazy in the West. And maybe it's not wholesome or Christian. Keep her grave, Ave. Sargon, Arch. The more history I read, the less I trust our so-called experts. Does that feeling ever change, or just accept that there are no trustworthy experts in universities anymore? No, that pretty much persists, honestly. For Jupiter, I've seen people argue that Euro were revising history because Europe said the Romans were Euros when the real Euros were the barbaric Germans, Anglo-Saxons. I mean, sort of yes, sort of no. I mean, the Italians of today are not the Italians of yesteryear, so sort of yes, sort of no. It's gonna get awfully ethnical awfully quickly. Normal man. Civil service should be like jury duty, and civil servants are selected by lottery, and they work in the civil service for a set period of time. Genuinely, I kind of would prefer something like that, with a set period of service, yes. Where you do your time, you don't like it, and you get the fuck out. Angel of Eskaton. My mum always wanted to visit Valar in Ostford and Rotherhithe in the UK, where our ancestors came from. She passed from cancer yesterday. Aww. Boys, if we could raise a glass to Sandra and the blood of Vikings and London publicans. Absolutely, sir. I'm very sorry to hear that. I'm sorry. That sucks, man. That really sucks. I know what you're going through, as I have a parent who's got cancer now too. It's not fun in the slightest. It is really, really not fun. My condolences, genuinely so. Stephen Knizek. Carl, you know very well that YouTube wouldn't have to suppress the views of your videos if you didn't insist on starting end towers in the middle of your videos. I kid. Psycho Star, the excess of bureaucrats make me think they dream of being aristocrats. Of course they do. They live in ivory towers with oil paintings. Brandon, I can only hope and pray that Elon actually does audit the Pentagon. Use or lose budgeting is stupid and the source of a lot of waste. Scorn. I shall note that down as well. Scorn. Frog Jupiter, as the children of Yakub, both whites and Asians must work together to protect our women and children from Tyrone. Lightbringer Review Fund. The Lightbringer Fund. Made flame out and die. Blade has been around for 1 month. Oil paints can take up to 6 to 8 hours just to be touch dry. An oil-based portrait would take months to paint. She probably had 3 or 4 on the go if she is good. Okay, so lots of money, basically. Black Knight 17, hail ArchCast, our Lord and Savior, and hi Sargon. Hello, Black. Definitely not Shiro. Been watching UConn since forever. I'm in UK for 4 years, working my ass off and not taking any government help and paying my flat debt off. I'm genuinely angry at those damn freeloaders. Good for you. Genuinely good for you. See, that I have nothing against useful immigration, so long as it can be integrated and the individuals in question are interested in becoming Norwegians, British, Germans, or French. I view that as a good thing. As if that is so goddamn fucking rare. Weird. Adam really does ruin everything. He does. He really does. Stephen Knizek, if we could be a troll VTuber, Arch could be a Valkyrie VTuber. But would I want to? Moranga 2, have either of you heard the Belisarius song? I have not, no. But what a name. So, Arch, when do you let Savvy and Lumnum pick a hentai game for you to play? Don't have to show the nasty, only your face reactions. Honestly, they couldn't pick anything worse than when I usually play anyways. Brandon, once again, he was the Jews! I'm legally required to say this is a joke. Score. You are legally required to say that this is a joke, correct? And Bob Bodding name, the Italians today are again the Moors. It took the Moors a while, but in the end they won. And lastly, Glowy on Streamlabs. Guess these people never heard charity starts at your home. Meaning if you can't take care of yourself first, then you can't take care of others unaffiliated. We aren't starving yet, and we would like to keep it that way. West has given more than anyone. Correct, it literally has. It has given far more than anyone else. And it's getting kind of sick of just giving. Simple. Right. And there we are, 4 hours and 28 minutes later. I remember when I told Sargon that these would be 2-hour streams. I remember as if it was yesterday, and what an enormous lie it was. Until next time, chat, which will be in 2 weeks' time. Thank you very much for watching. Thank you for your super chat restorations. Thank you for liking the stream as well. Good boys. Like it more. And I will see you all again soon. Bob Name. No, I am last. Sargon meets Savvy when? When he comes back. On the 5th of next month, I think. Is it the 6th? Is it the 5th? Something like that. The 3rd. The 3rd. Yes. Yes. That will be the moment. It will be a tumultuous moment. And it may be one that most of us will regret. Until then,